Hey guys, it's Tracy. Welcome to today's video. I hope that you enjoyed my 2023 Christmas in July crafting series. I am going to be putting the collection video together today, and that is going to give you all of the crafts that I did over the past week, all in one video. Now, there are many different people that like the collection videos, you know, all in one. There's some that like it separate. And so what I am doing, I put the timestamps in the description box below so that you can click through. I understand that people don't have that much time to sit and watch the video all the way through. Some do, and I do appreciate you, but I am just a little teeny tiny fish in the sea of YouTube algorithm. So I do appreciate your comments, your likes, subscribing to my channel, because guys, you are my community and I'm so glad that you're here. Thanks for making this another successful Christmas in July crafting series, and let's go ahead and get into the collection video. Okay, the first thing I did was draw out hand letter my banner, and sometimes when I am crafting live, I get nervous, and so I prefer to do any kind of hand lettering or anything like that. You know, off camera, not on a live video, just because I get like my anxiety is too high. And so what I did is I just wrote out "Oh Christmas Tree." I put my happy dots on each one of the ends of the letters. I just took my little detailing brush and just using some white paint now and just going in each of the happy dots just to give it just some highlight. And so I will have a link in the description box if you want to kind of learn how to hand letter like this. There are free fonts that I have found from dafont.com that you can download onto your computer, and you can practice and you can find your own style and figure out what works for you, and that'll be great. The scrapbook paper that I got out of this pack, I got this at Hobby Lobby during their 75% off sale. This paper pad is called Old World Winter, and I love every single one of these papers in here. They're actually cardstock, which is a little bit thicker than paper. So what I really like the edges of it. So what I'm going to do is cut it in half just with my paper trimmer, and then since this is an rectangle shape, I'm going to need to use that second piece, cut off a piece of that, and so that I could, you know, capture the edges the way that I want, I just trimmed it in half, or just cut it in half, then cut this one down so that I would have where it all looked like it was cohesive and everything matched up. This board is also one that I picked up from Hobby Lobby, 75% off sale, and it measures 15.75 by 11.81. That is exactly what was on the tag on the back. So I'm just kind of showing you here how I just cut those apart, or actually just cut them in the middle. Now, to adhere it all down, I'm just taking my Elmer's glue stick. I think that sometimes we forget how well Elmer's glue actually works. So I am just gluing all, you know, I just put that down on that board, and then just, you know, position my paper all up the way that I want it to, and just making sure that that is down there in the middle. And so here I have just a piece of parchment cardstock paper. This is something that I've had on hand. And so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to be painting a tree. And so I have three different colors of greens that I'm going to be using. The first one is darker. It's the Evergreen, and these are all Americana brands, and so I'm just using Evergreen, Holly Green, and Desert Cactus. Those are the colors that I'm going to use. So I'm using my fan brush, and so I'm just kind of showing you here. I just kind of start in the middle, and then I'm just going to do some wispies all the way down. Then I'll go back on the other side. I'll continue to add some wispies making my tree larger as I want it to be. So I'll just continue with the evergreen. Then I will go in with holly green. And then the top one is desert cactus. Now those are the greens that I used for my kind of my Christmas tree right here. I was just kind of sharing with the people on the live video. I was just sharing kind of what an old fashioned Christmas, that was the event that I was participating in, what it actually means to me. And so I know that a lot of my friends on YouTube that do not like the live videos or the chatter or that kind of thing. And so I don't know, I kind of have mixed, feelings about that. You know, some people love it. Some people ask me all the time, why do I not do more live videos? And it's just for time purposes. I'm really trying to grow my channel here on YouTube, and people here really like to just watch the video and not have a lot of the talking and that kind of thing. And so I do appreciate you being here. Again, I'm just going on. If I get a little too heavy in some spots, then I go back with some of those paints and just kind of blend that out a little bit. I'll go in with some ivory or some antique white and just add some of the highlights that I like for my little, doodles and that kind of thing. I got this heat tool recently at Hobby Lobby in the scrapbooking section. I had some questions about that, so I just wanted to share that. It was only like $14.99, which I thought was very reasonable. And sometimes I don't want to pull out my big heat gun, and so that smaller one just works really good, especially on paper like this. I like the tattered edges that I get when I rip my paper. So what I do is I start just at the top and I pull the paper toward my body so that I get the torn edges. And so I'll just continue to do that all the way around the tree until I get to the top part. Now there was a little section there at the top that I had gotten a little too far over with my fan brush. And so what I was saying is that that's what I do to encourage everyone. It's only paint, and we can kind of correct our mistakes as we go along, either by repainting it, or in this case you would need to get another piece of cardstock just because this is paper. Okay, so then I am going to add some distressing, and my favorite distressing ink is Vintage Photo, and I use my little finger dauber just to add a little bit of the color as I go along. And so I'll do that all the way around the tree. I'm also going to do it also with the banner or the Christmas tree that I had hand lettered. And again, if you want to practice is the best thing. I will have a link in the description box to the free fonts that I have found that have dots on them. If you want to practice, download those from dafont.com onto your computer. You can draw it out on, or like print them out on just copy paper, and then you can trace them onto different cardstock or just different thing, and practice is what I encourage everyone to do. All right, I have this music sheet scrapbook paper that I also got from Hobby Lobby, and I've just had a couple of pieces of it from different projects in the past and that kind of thing. So what I'm doing is kind of measuring it so that because one is not wide enough or long enough, so I need to tape a couple of the pieces together so that I would have enough so that I can rip it around the edges to kind of give it like a shadow around my Christmas tree banner and my tree. And what I did once I kind of got my placement before I glued anything down, what I took is my friction pen. I got these off of Amazon and they're like invisible ink, but I wanted something that, you know, it wouldn't be permanent. So what I did, I just kind of pushed my stuff on there and just kind of drew around so that once I ripped my paper that I would know, give me kind of a line to follow or guesstimate. But I do need to go and, you know, add or tear some pieces, and that's totally fine. I like continue to do that as I am doing this project, figuring out how I need to what pieces or what areas I want so that I get the shadow that I want around my banner and my tree. So I left this part in here, guys, because two things happen. First of all, when I put that shorter piece up at the top, my music notes were upside down. I didn't catch it until I was, you know, tearing the shadow piece around. And then also my piece was a little short. And so what I did is I just took that piece off of there and then added a larger piece, put my notes the right way so that they were, you know, since I had to switch it out. And so then I'll just continue to rip it until I get the shadow that I want. And so then what I did also is add some vintage photo just to give it some distressing around. I like the aged old look for my projects like this. And so my favorite color is vintage photo. That is my favorite. And I get mine off of Amazon, or you can also get it from Michael's and Hobby Lobby. So for my tree, what I'll do is just make sure everything is going to position on there. And then I'm going to grab that garland. Now, as I mentioned, the garland that I got, this is something that I've had on hand. I got it from Joann's craft store, you know, several years ago. It's a little garland. It has pip berries. It has this teeny tiny jingle bells on it. So I'm kind of wrapping it around my paper tree here, just kind of securing it with some tape. And then I'm going to use some of that Silly Winks, which is that thicker fun foam. Just cut pieces of that down. Like I said, it comes in a variety of colors over there at Hobby Lobby. Then I'll just glue those there in different parts, and it kind of gives, you know, kind of holds down that garland as well as pops up that tree just to give me a little dimension. And then once I get the placement for that, then I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing with the banner. Just add some of that Silly Winks or fun foam. I just still call it fun foam. For years I knew it as fun foam, and so whatever reason they changed the name to Silly Winks, I really don't know why, but anyway, that is what they did. And so you can see I just kind of keep, you know, messing with my paper until I get the look that I want. And then for the bottom of my tree, I will add the trunk that is those 3 jingle blocks that I wrapped with a burlap. I'm going to put that at the bottom of my tree, but I make sure that everything is has spaced out before I glue all of that down. So underneath that banner, I'm using my favorite fine Excelsior that I get from Hobby Lobby. I like the very fine Excelsior. That is, it's kind of like Spanish moss is really what it's like, and it adds just a bit of whimsy and it really makes my country projects pop, and I like the look of it. Okay, what I'm doing here is adding some glitter. I like glitter on my projects. Everyone is different. So what I have is this makeshift kind of holder for when I spray my adhesive and then put my glitter on. It's just an old cereal box that I just kind of cut apart and glue, or not actually glue, spray, and then do my little glitter. And so then once that's dry, then what I'll do is glue down my music paper and then the banner. I kind of work in sections so that I don't lose my place, and just hot glue that to, you know, to the back of the polka dot paper. Then I will add the trunk of my tree, which is that little 3 Jenga blocks glued with burlap down there at the bottom so that I don't miss anything. And then undoubtedly I forgot to film the star. I did, use some glue to adhere my star to the, okay, that's what I'm using. I was like, don't remember doing my star, but that's what I used. Some Aleene's tacky glue. I love Aleene's tacky glue. It's like one of my favorite. So I just glue that down, give it a little bit thicker glue, better hold. And so that's what I did with my star as well. So here we go. That's when I glued down my star there at the top, just so that, everything would line up correctly. Okay, so then on that little pitberry garland, what I did is I just took strips of the homespun. Again, I find my homespun at Hobby Lobby, Walmart, or JubileeFabric.com. I just ripped thin strips of it, and then I am just tying it around the that little pitberry garland just in a knot. And then I'm using my pinking shear scissors. Those are the ones that are like zigzag on the ends. And I really feel that, just by cutting it off, it just gives it a little bit more decor or decoration than just cutting it off straight. But everyone has their own choice, or own way that they like the ends of their ribbon or their fabric to look. Okay guys, I have some old jeans. These are not mendable. These are not something that I can reuse because you can't see the front. These are jeans that have been worn out, and they're not good enough to be able to have someone else wear them. The reason I say this is because I got some very mean comments when I posted it on Facebook. And so this is the reason. Out of the goodness of my heart, I was just kind of showing how I cut off the pockets of old jeans that were going to be discarded anyway. So this is what I do. I cut the pocket off with my fabric scissors, and I have a pocket just like this to go ahead and paint on. Let's work on the cute little Gingy. I'm using this milk chocolate brown paint. It is Americana color, and so I just guesstimate and just kind of hand draw a circle around. Now, as I mentioned in the snowman video, that you can use a jar or a cup or something to give you a bowl or something in your craft room that can give you a circle. So I gave this 2 coats of the brown paint. So then I also use the plaster color paint just to go around the edges, just to give it a border. And I'm really liking that addition to the pockets, just to kick them up a notch. Okay, so then now that those are dry, I'm going to draw out the eyes, and I do the same thing with a black Sharpie marker. Just make some ovals at the top and just go ahead and start painting those. Now I kept the next part in because I wanted to show y'all how I fix when I make an error, because yes, I do make errors. Now I try my best to be consistent with the eyelashes, but on the right eye, I got a little too thick, and so I was not happy with it. I guess just the way that the paint dried on the pocket, I'm like, that eyelash is that ain't working for me. So I took a baby wipe and just kind of wiped off a little bit of the black, but I'm like, oh, that still is not working too good. So then I go back and do the eyelash again, and I'm like, I still don't like that either. And then later I go back and I paint all of that because I'm like, girl, you got to put some icing around the top of the Gingy. So yeah, those eyebrows were way too high. So that brown is going to dry, and I'm going to work on the cheeks next. And so I'm using my stencil brush and some barn red paint. And the same way I like to do is just take my brush and just give some rectangle cheeks. Now that barn red is a ceramic coat color. And so the reason that I always say that is because I get questions a lot, or private messages for people that they want to know. Friends that want to know the exact paint colors. Okay, so then I'm using that same barn red color that I used for the cheeks and a flat paintbrush, and going around and making some stripes along the edge of the pocket. So then now we're going to try for the third time to get my eyelashes for her right eye correct. So I just go ahead and make some eyelashes, and then kind of bring some eyebrows down a little bit more so that I have room at the top to add my icing. So then I take my little detailing brush and add the white of the eyes, as well as the whimsical features for her cheeks. I like that look like that. Now for her nose, I'm using this True Red color. It's by Americana, and I just take a round brush and just do 2 slashes just to make the heart for her nose. Buttermilk paint to add some icing around her face. Now first I pulled out a liner brush, and the individual brush was separating on me, so I'm like, that ain't gonna work. So I pulled out a round brush and started just kind of giving the swirlies around her face just to give her some icing. Now I like the curliness of it, because I just kind of take my time and just go back and just kind of fill it in as I need to. Then I'll just take my detailing brush and draw out a little mouth, just giving her a sweet little smile. And I make it a little thick on one side so that I can put a white swoosh in there just to give it some extra detailing. And so then I add just a white stripe on one side of the red stripes, just to give out, more dimension. I don't know. Like I say, the beauty is in the details. And so I just like to share for inspiration. I love to see your ideas and what you do with it. As long as I inspire you, you do your own thing, and everyone will be happy. Okay, so then now also what I'm going to do is add some little highlights to her nose, and then here, that's where I show you, I add just a sweet little swoosh in her little mouth. Her little smile just looks so cute. Then of course I take my fine Sharpie marker, and then just also add some doodling around the edge of the pockets, as well as around the face, because as I say, the beauty is in the details, and I love my doodles and my squiggles, and so it just really kind of makes my little hand painted projects pop. So then now I'm going to add some splattering. I do black first, and then I go back and add white to it. And so for whatever reason, I did not get the black on there, but I did. I added black first, and then I go back and add white. Okay, so then now to kick it up a notch, I'm using some white puffy paint, and this is just something that you can get in the craft store anywhere the fabric paint is sold. You can also get it on Amazon, but it's pretty easy to find, and so I'm just going around and just giving some squiggles around it. Now I let that dry overnight because puffy paint does take a little bit to dry. I pulled out some of my homespun fabric to create a hanger for my pockets, and I can find homespun fabric at Hobby Lobby. Usually Walmart and JubileeFabric.com has lots of fun designs. All right, so then I just cut off, about an inch or a little less than an inch strip, and then I just tie it off and just attach it to each of the ends of the pockets just to make a little hanger. Okay, for the gingerbread, I'm using these 18 millimeter rusty jingle bells, and I got these from Factory Direct, and I got those a few years ago. I also have a rusty heart, like a primitive country heart that I've had on hand. I'm not quite sure where I got that from, but what I did is I just took my little mini hole punch that I got from Hobby Lobby in the jewelry section, and I just, I'm able to punch a hole in that small metal like that. So then I'm just kind of threading on my jingle bells, and then I'm going to tie that into, a little bow, and that string, what I'm using is hemp cording that I get in the jewelry section over at Walmart, or any craft store should have it in the jewelry section. But it just makes my little primitive country projects look really cute and rustic. These just make such cute little gifts. You could just change out, the characters to match your style and design. Now, I am a gift card fan, and so this is perfect for a little gift card or a small little gift, a little trinket, that kind of thing. This next gingerbread project is going to be sharing an arrangement that I put together in a bucket. I got the bucket from Hobby Lobby. I had the stuffed candy canes. My sweet, awesome mother-in-law is a sewer, and she made those candy canes for me several years ago. I decorate with them every year. Those stuffed gingerbread men are something that I found at Walmart last season, and they were in the Christmas section. They're so cute. They're decorated just like that. What I'm showing you here is I'm going to grunge up. I used my sweet friend Tracy Campbell of My Sweet Home Living. I used her grunge mix. I'm going to be doing that. I'll just kind of set it to music just to kind of show. I'm also going to be putting a link to the original video of what I did, that you can hear me in real time. I had made this project, made this arrangement just a few days before Christmas, and so last year, 2022. But I wanted to, because I'm constantly getting new viewers, new followers. I'm just a little bitty fish in the big sea of YouTube algorithm. So I so appreciate new friends following me. They haven't seen all of my videos. So yes, I will go ahead and leave that link to the original video if you would like to see that. What I'm showing you here are just some peppermints, also that my sweet mother-in-law made for me. She just is a sewer, like I said, and I'm just going to be putting all of this together and leaving you links and different things of what I did, or you can watch the original video and you can hear me of every single thing I did, of how I grunged up these candles and all of that stuff. These candles came from Hobby Lobby. All right, let me show you how I painted the sign. So this chip decor sign is from Hobby Lobby, and I just am giving it a coat of cinnamon brown paint. I'm going to use some Crackle. This is the Crackle Medium by Folk Art, and I just take my sponge brush and just go around and just make sure that it's really thick, because I do feel that that gives me the best cracks if I get it thick. So it's dry now. It took a few hours. I let it dry overnight. So I have this large brush that I also got from Hobby Lobby and some buttermilk paint, and I just went over it, and then it cracked as well as it did. I didn't really stress about it. I wasn't too happy with it, but we're just going to go with that. All right, so then I'm just taking a flat paintbrush and just going around, just eyeballing it just to give it a border. Now, one could, get your ruler out and, just pencil it off, but I just kind of eyeballed it. So then now I'm taking another flat paintbrush, just going around giving it some stripes, and then I'm going to write out hand letter Christmas Joy. Now I did, what I'm doing now is like air drawing it. That's what I always advise, suggest to people who want to hand letter, but I got my letters a little too big. So I was going to write Christmas wishes, but that didn't turn out. So I ended up going with Christmas Joy. Even though I'm using the number 2 flat paintbrush, which I do most often when I'm doing my hand lettering, I did get off a bit, and so we just kind of went with it. I did not want to repaint this sign, so I just ended up writing joy to have Christmas joy, because Christmas is all about joy. The joy of the Lord is in our hearts. Guys, as always, the free fonts are in the link tree in the description box if that is something that you're interested in, to find free fonts that you can practice. Just download them from dafont.com and then practice to make your words. Okay, so then now I am going to use this holly green paint by Americana, and then I'm also using a brush. I think this was maybe a little round brush. I just kind of like eyeball it, and I'm giving it a shadowing, and I know I'm just going to kind of like let this flow here and kind of show you how I just go and turn this sign into a Christmas candy Christmas joy sign. I'm using an ivory color Posca paint marker. You can find these in my Amazon shop, which is also linked in my link tree. And so now I am just going in between the green and the red just to make the letters pop. Now these Posca pens are paint pens, but I am going to be using a spray varnish sealer, because if I use my liquid sealer, it does tend to smear, and so I'm going to use a spray varnish so that I do not have any smearing for my project. I am also going to show you how I correct some little errors. I get some of my letters a little too close, so I just take my detail brush just to go through and just give it a little bit of the color of the background paint, and then that kind of helps with distinguishing the letters, if I can get through there. If not, then I just kind of let it go. And so then now what I'm going to do is actually take that ivory Posca. It's a 5M. It's the largest one. And I'm just going and just making my candy, my hard candy Christmas sign. That is what I'm calling it. Then I'm going to take that large paintbrush, and I'm dipping it in some red paint and going in between the stripes just to give it just some extra color. So then now I take my fine Sharpie marker, just going through and highlighting a bit and just give it the black outline. I really feel that that makes my letters pop. So then I'm taking my flat paintbrush and my favorite shading method by dipping my half of my brush in paint, the other half in clean water. I blend on a paper towel, and then I'm just shading around my sign. And so then I take a stylus and I'm dipping it in that buttermilk paint just to give it a dot kind of on the side of those red dots in the around the sign. So then I do the same thing by adding a dot to the middle of my happy dots. So I'm taking my detailing brush, just going around and just giving it some little squiggles around just to kind of separate the borders and just enhance the sign. It's just really fun to see this Christmas candy sign come to life. And then of course I give it some brown of the splatter as well as some of the buttermilk splatter. Okay, so then for my gingerbread, this gingerbread man came from the Dollar Tree, and I wanted to use the back of it. The Dollar Tree gingerbread man has the raised things on it, so I just take my heat tool and get those off. I'm going to use the back of it anyway, but I didn't want those raised areas. And I'm using some spackle to cover up the hole from the little hanger because I didn't want that. And then I give it 2 coats of the cinnamon color acrylic paint. That is how I painted my gingerbread. And then I'm going to give it some black shading. And so I do that just with a thinner flat paintbrush, a smaller flat paintbrush. Just go around and just give it some shading. I like the black on it. I really feel that it just kind of makes it pop when I get all of my stuff finished and just really bring him to life. For the cheeks, I'm using Barn Red acrylic paint, and I just stipple that on just to give him some cheeks. Then I'm just using my black fine Sharpie marker just to draw out the eyes. I like the more almond-shaped eyes. You could also use the end of a paintbrush or a marker just to give it 2 dots, whatever look that you like, but this is what I like. I trace it out in the black marker, then I go back in and fill it in with my black paint. And so then for the enhancements, I'm using buttermilk acrylic paint, and just with a flat paintbrush, I'm just going to start bringing him to life just by adding some icing on the legs and the arms, and I use my detailing brush just to give it some thin lines. I also use that number 2 flat paintbrush just to give it the icing around the head, and it's just so fun to just use paint and bring these little characters to life. I'm just giving some squiggles and some doodles around my gingerbread just to, just enhance him a bit more. That little red heart, that's more of a primitive heart, a wooden heart that I had on hand. I didn't have the package, so I'm not quite sure. I had them on hand for quite a long time. But, maybe you can find, if you're interested in those longer hearts like that, maybe somewhere where wooden hearts are sold. And so then I'm just adding some of the finishing touches, adding some splatters, and when I was going to detail a little bit, got my hand in there, so I just cover it up with paint, no problem, because the things are going to happen. But as I always say, the beauty is in the detail. And so I just give a little sanding to my red heart, and that red heart I actually painted it with primary red, and then I'm going to just glue that there in the middle. I'm going to put this to the side because I'm going to share next how I make my rustic burlap bases for my wreaths. Now it's been a little bit since I've shared one of these, but what I did, guys, is I cut some strips of burlap fabric, and what I'm showing you there with my hand, I took them outside, guys, And anytime I work with cut burlap like this, I always wear a mask because the burlap has a lot of fibers and strings, and I don't want to breathe that. So I'm just using some pipe cleaners. Now, I know I'm going a little bit fast here, but I do have a slow down step-by-step tutorial. I will link to it in the iCard as well as in the description box below if you need a slower in-step version, step-by-step of how I make my rustic burlap basis. Again, it's been a little bit since I have done one of these, and so I'm bringing it out back again just to share because I wanted to show a little bit different. So I'm just taking a pipe cleaner, just threading that through. I cut off 6 inches of burlap. I just buy them off of the bolt at the Hobby Lobby, or Walmart has it as well. And so I just cut 6-inch strips. And so then I'm just kind of doing like a bubble technique, but I took them outside to get the rustic feel of it. I took them outside and I just ran my hand over it so that it would kind of fray a little bit. As I said, I always wear my mask because I do not want to breathe those fibers. And so again, if you want a step-by-step slower version, look for the link and I will show you exactly how I do this just by using a wire form from the Dollar Tree, and then I just twist it, just make little bubbles like this, kind of going back and forth just to give it a rustic look for my little Christmas Joy gingerbread wreath. And then this is how this wreath looks. Now I used 10 6-inch strips for this particular rustic burlap base. All right, here are the homespun patterns that I'm using. They all came from Hobby Lobby. So then I just cut off strips of that, tearing it because I like the torn ragged edges. And then that is what I'm going to tie onto my burlap base. In between some of the burlap, I'm just going to tie strips on there. Now, it wasn't quite enough once I got them tied on. So then I'm going to show you how I kind of make it a little bit more full with the homespun fabric. I just tie knots on the in some of the homespun, and then I'm just going to just attach them with some rusty safety pins that I had gotten a package of silver safety pins from Walmart, and then I used my friend Linda, who is Faith Chick 777. I used her technique of rusting small metals, and so then the rusty safety pins are wonderful to attach some of my rustic or homespun bows. And then also I'm going to go back later and add some jingle bells also to this wreath with some of those rusty safety pins. Look for Linda's technique or her video. I will have a link for it in the description box below. Again, to attach these homespun fabric pieces onto this wreath, what I'm doing is going in between the burlap and then actually slipping underneath that wire frame, and then that is how I am attaching this homespun fabric. And I'm just kind of trying to alternate them so they're not clumped up together or have certain patterns together. I just kind of alternate these three. It just looks so pretty with all of this burlap and homespun fabric. It just looks so pretty. Okay, so then now I'm going to attach my sign, and I totally changed my mind when it came to how I was going to attach attach the sign. I was going to put it, on the side and then have the gingerbread on the side. But as I was kind of laying it out, I was like, oh, that would look cute just like that. But then I was covering up his legs. So then I'm like, oh, what can I do? So I'm going to be doing a little surgery. So don't cringe, okay? Because no gingerbread men were hurt in this process. So I'm just taking Mike's box blade from the Dollar Tree, and I just I just cut him in half, and like where I wanted, like underneath that red heart. I probably would have done it a little bit different if I would not have already glued the heart on there, but it turned out really cute. And so just by scoring that on my mat, I am able to, softly and protectively get my gingerbread man apart. Okay, so then I'm laying out my sign the way that I need to. Now, I don't want him to look odd, with his legs like that. That looks really weird. So I end up, gluing it where I think that it looks nice. And I just love this, the way that, it turned out. Probably if I would have decided to, when I first started with the sign, I had a different vision, but then once it all came together, we just kind of roll with the flow. And so then see, now it just looks like he's a taller gingerbread man. And I think he looks so cute. Yeah, just like that, guys. He does. He just looks so cute. Okay, so to attach him, I'm using those 1-inch cable ties, they get from Amazon. And so that is what I attach to the back of him. Just put several on those and just use pipe cleaners to attach him to the frame so that he is all nice and secure. So here is where I go back and I make some bows out of the homespun. I had torn off more strips than what I needed, so I made little knots in them, and so I'm just attaching small safety pins. Again, if you're interested in the video of rusting small metals, look for the description, or look in the description box below. And so then I just attach them with the safety pins right through the burlap, just right on top, and it just turned out wonderful. So for the neck of my gingerbread, I just have this coordinating piece of homespun. Now I've had this homespun on hand for several years, so I'm not quite sure where I got that from, but you can check Hobby Lobby, or JubileeFabrics.com is another great place to find homespun fabric. Okay, this is what I use to cover the back of my wreaths, as well as use some grapevine wire. Both of these came from Hobby Lobby. Okay, now guys, I have had some of these muslin homespun peppermints on hand for a few years. I've had some of these. My sweet mother-in-law made me some of these as bowl fillers, and I love them so much, so I decided to use some of those safety pins, attach them to the burlap, as well as some jingle bells. Now these are 30 millimeter jingle bells that came from Hobby Lobby. And the peppermints, I know that I'm going to get questions about that. My sweet mother-in-law made those for me a long time ago, but they don't look that hard. It just looks like she sewed them and just added some gingham check fabric. And then what I did is I just added some glitter to the top of them, and I just love them so much. And I love, just attaching the jingle bells to this burlap wreath. I also stuck in a couple of my homespun candy canes that I had on hand. I do have a video for those, so I will have a link in the description for my homespun candy canes. Guys, those turned out so cute. Isn't this wreath adorable? I just cut off sprigs of greenery and just glued it in between the burlap, and this Christmas Joy wreath just really brings joy to my heart. See, I told you, no gingerbread men were harmed in this process because he is so happy. Look at his or her little face, just a big smile on her face, and I just love it so much. I'm starting with this pack of 2 brushes. They're chippy brushes from the Dollar Tree. They have a wood handle on them and has the brush on them. These are 2-inch paintbrushes, and so I am going to paint them with primary red paint, let them dry. Now I want to kind of point out those ribbon rolls. Those work great by, just sticking at the end of my paintbrush in there and letting it dry. I just use that to my advantage. Okay, so then once that's dry, then I'm going to put on this Santa face, and I'm just going to be making a circle. The paint I'm using is Medium Flesh by Ceramcoat, and I just make the circle like that. Usually I put it on there with one coat. Now for the cheeks, I'm going to go ahead and use Coral color paint. I just use my stencil brush to do that. It's a little wispy, and I like the more up and down cheeks, and so that's what I do. I just take my time, just go on and just kind of put as much on there as I want to. Now the next thing I'm going to use is this caulk, and I like to get it from the Dollar Tree, and so this is what I'm going to do. Put it on there like that. I kind of do like, kind of like frosting a cupcake or something like that. And so I just kind of like take my time, just do my caulk, go around, and then kind of do a point down at the bottom, like where the beard would go. Then I will go back and actually do the back part of it as well, and then let that completely dry. I don't want to forget about his eyebrows, so I just take a skinny stick and just do some eyebrows there at the top. Now I want a little distressing, and I do this or achieve this by just using some brown paint, and then I water that down. I'm just using a punch cup, and then actually one of those scruffy brushes that come out of that paint pack that I do like, that is listed in my Amazon shop. This works great for this. So I just kind of water down that brown paint and just go over the Santa beard just to give it some distressing. Then I just use a baby wipe or a Kleenex to get off any of the excess. So you can see here, the one in my left hand is distressed, and the one on my right hand is the one that is solid white. Okay, so I'm showing you this yarn. Now I have had this for many years, but a sweet friend did say that she found some of this yarn that I use for the mustaches over at Michael's, so that might be something that you may look. I had thrown the tag away, so I just really don't know what it's called. And then what I do is I just take it around 2 fingers, and then I wrap it 4 times around those 2 fingers. I cut off an extra piece, tie it off in the middle. Then I'm using my Cutter Bee scissors because they're very sharp, and they kind of get in between those loops, because that is I want to cut those loops apart so that I get the fluffiness for his mustache. For the details of his face, what I'm using is my number 2 flat paintbrush. I'm just using some black paint and going to put 2 slashes at the top, kind of connecting there at the top for his eyes. Now that's the look that I like, but you could also use the end of a paintbrush to give 2 dots, or a Sharpie marker to draw the eyes the way that you like them. Okay, so I'm sharing this here because I had decided to put some, highlights for the cheeks, and on one of the Santas, the one on the left, I kind of put antique white. Nah, I didn't like that. It was too dark. So I pulled out my white paint and put the white kind of whimsical features on the cheeks. All right, so for the eyelashes, I just decided this day to use my ultrafine Sharpie marker and just put some eyelashes for Santa's cheeks, and then just using my little detailing brush, just putting the white in the eyes. And for whatever reason, I forgot to click record on my camera. I just put some white stripes on the paintbrushes just with my liner brush, and so I did that all the way around. So then I also added some black and white paint splattering, like I like to do on all of my projects. Then once that was all totally dry, I did sand them just to expose a little bit of the wood, and then I am giving each of them a coat of this varnish that I like to use, and You can find that varnish at any craft store as well as in my Amazon shop. Okay, so then for the nose, I like to use little miniature wood plugs. This is 1/4 inch wood plug that I got from Hobby Lobby. And so then I just glue those on there right in the center. And then to give it some color, I'm using that coral color paint that I also used for his cheeks. I'm using that just to stipple on a little bit of the paint to give him a rosy red nose. Then I'll use my detailing brush just to give a little swoosh on the top just for a highlight. Once I get the nose on, then I will add the mustache there just with hot glue. So I decided to make some miniature signs to add as a tag for my Santa. So I just have some ivory color cardstock, an ultrafine Sharpie marker, and some distress ink. Now, the only place I can find true distress ink is from Amazon. And so I do have that listed in my Amazon shop. So I'm just writing out Santa for one tag. The next tag, I will write out Merry Christmas. So I'm just going to kind of let this go and just, kind of show y'all how I just hand letter by just using the ultrafine Sharpie marker. Then I go back and make my happy dots with the fine Sharpie marker. I'm going to rip the edges to give it, and then give it some distressing the way that I like. And y'all have seen me do this many times on my videos, so I'm just going to kind of let it go and let y'all watch me do my little magic. And all glory to the Lord for the gifts and the talents to share with so many fun and sweet friends here. I also added some black stitching around each of the signs just to give it a more whimsical rustic look. So I pulled out my glossy accents and just kind of painted over the tag. Now I tried to go gently and not too much because that distress ink does tend to smear. So then I wanted to glitter them up, and so I needed something wet for my glitter to stick to, and my glossy accents is great for that. Guys, you can get it at any craft store, or you can look for it on Amazon. Okay, so then I'm going to use some homespun fabric, and I just chose this green and red one. Now, homespun fabric you can get anywhere at Hobby Lobby, Walmart has it, or JubileeFabric.com is another place that you can get fun homespun for any day or as well as holidays. So then here I have all of my embellishments that I'm going to put on my Santa, but I ended up not using those berries or the greenery. So I have just some very small jingle bells. Now I'm not quite sure what the size of these are. I just had a whole bunch of them that I rusted up, and so I just had them in a cup so they were not in a bag. But I think I got the bag from Dollar Tree, and then I rusted them up using my friend Linda's rusting technique. Okay, so then what I did is I just threaded them on a piece of wire, and then just stuck it at the top of that, where that hole is, on the Santa on the paintbrush. So I'm using my wire curling tool, the most smallest one that they have. I will insert a link here, and then as well as in the description, I have a link of where you can find these curling tools, and it just really helps if you have problems curling wire. Okay, so then now I'm just going to put a very small hole using my wire hole punch. I do have a link for that as well. It's located in my Amazon shop. And so then I just take a piece of thread, just very thin thread, and then make some, just thread it through the tag, and then I tie a knot there at the top so that it kind of holds it, and then I'll attach it at the top where those jingle bells are so that it hangs nicely on my Santa ornament. So I'm taking a strip of that homespun that I had torn off and just poking it through the hole of the paintbrush up at the top. Then I'm going to tie it off just for a hanger for my Santa. And these make cute little gifts for coworkers, craft show sellers, for neighbor gifts, or something like that. And so I just knot it there at the top. And then to finish it off, I was going to put some greenery and some berries and stuff on it, but I just really felt like just the tag and just all the cuteness of the Santa face really just did it justice. So it really didn't, need anything else. So I just am tacking it there, that little sign or tag, so that it doesn't move. And this is how they turned out. I love them so much, and I hope that you do too. And if you make some, please don't forget to share them with me over in my Country Charm Crafty community, or send me a picture through Instagram or Facebook. Country Santa decor piece using a mini charcuterie board. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get started, and let me share how I put together this cutie patootie. I'm using one of the mini charcuterie boards, the round one. Now, I picked this up at Hobby Lobby. I'm also using some of the faux fur from Hobby Lobby, as well as some pip berries, 2 20mm jingle bells, as well as some greenery. I'm using some red and ivory homespun. I'm also going to use a 1-inch split ball that I got from Hobby Lobby as well. Now, I had this piece of fur because I had cut it for a previous project, and I accidentally notched it a little bit. And so when you're working with fur and you want to keep that wispiness, you want to cut the backing of the fur versus cutting the fur itself. And so I get the best result using my box blade. Now I'm just kind of figuring out here where I want to position the nose, and also I'm just kind of taking my time because since I'm going to have to offset this fur a bit, since I want to have the wispiness of the fur in the front, and I do not want that notched area kind of, now this is just particular for my piece of fur that I had. So I'm just kind of sharing things that, kind of how I work through some things if I want to use this instead of cutting a hole, cutting into the other piece. I'm like, I'm just trying to figure out how I'm going to make this work. All right. So then that's why now I am, kind of just gluing this on right here, and then I didn't paint it, I didn't do anything like that because everything's going to be covered up anyway, and these little mini charcuterie boards are so well made anyway, and they just make cute little decor or sweet little ornaments like this. So then I'll just continue to glue the fur all the way around, and like I said, because I had the little notched part of the fur, I don't even remember what reason that was, so that's why I'm just kind of cattywampus, just kind of positioning and gluing and tacking my fur on all the way around. And it just so happens that it was the right length. I just, figured out how I could put my nose in there without that notched part, where that notched part that I messed up on was in the back, and that the front was all wispy like a Santa's beard is. All right, I just used some E6000 as well as hot glue just to put on my nose because I wanted to have my nose on there before I put my fabric on there, because I wanted to make sure that I get the right placement. Now, I had a different vision when I first started this. I didn't cut my fabric long enough to make a taller, I guess, hat. And so before I realized it, I should have really realized it about this part. I'm like, girl, you're not going to have enough of the fabric at the top to bend it over. But I had already gotten too far into the project, and I was really, since I was filming this for a video, I didn't want to have to redo it. So I'm just kind of sharing that, something doesn't maybe work out, but just go to plan B. Sometimes you maybe even need to go to plan C. And so I'm just here to encourage you, just to give you ideas that, you know, it doesn't always work out for us creators either. All right, so another thing that I'm doing is going to add some stuffing because I want my hat to have a little bit of form. So I'm just using fabric fill from Walmart or the craft store or whatever. But you could use, you know, anything that maybe, you know, you would like, that which you use for the stuffing. So I want to make kind of like more like a tube. And so I'm just gluing the hat on here and just making sure that it is all tacked down so that I can, you know, have like something to put my little stuffing in. And so again, here I probably should have, you know, said you don't have enough fabric, but it's really okay because I really like the way that the end result of my little primitive country Santa turned out. So here's when I realized, girl, you do not have enough of the fabric to make the hat, you know, fold over the way that, you know, a typical Santa hat does. But like I said, we just went with it. I end up taking a little bit of the stuffing out and saying, oh, nope, that don't work either. So anyway, we're just rolling with it. Okay, so then now what I'm going to do is make my hat a little bit different. Just have it, you know, up at the top. And so have some little plastic rubber bands that I got from the Dollar Tree in the like hair accessory section. And I use those all of the time in my craft room. And then I just tie a piece of muslin fabric. I just ripped off a piece of that just to give it kind of, you know, just some fabric at the top. Now for my jingle bells, what I'm using are 2 of the 20mm jingle bells. And I think I got these at Hobby Lobby when they were offering the rusty jingle bells, the smaller size. Anyway, I've had these for a little bit of time. So then also to curl the jingle bells on, I'm using this brown wire that I got from Michael's. It comes on this paddle and I love it because it's brown and it looks almost rusty, and you know, it just really goes with my primitive country projects. Okay, so then I'm just threading these on, and then I'm just going to wrap it around the top and then curl the ends of the wire down. I'm using a end of a paintbrush just to curl those down, just to give it that wispy, rustic, country look that I like with my little rusty wire. All right, this next part is a little new to me. Now I'm using some of this fur, and also I'm using some grunge mix. That is what is in this jar, and I just have a chippy brush to put it on with. Now I'm using my friend Tracy Campbell. She is from My Sweet Home Living. I will have a link to her recipe. Is something that you make yourself in your kitchen, and this has kind of taken the primitive country world by storm. I will have a link to Tracy's recipe. She's so gracious to you know, kind of have a cute little printable and a graphic posted for everyone, because so many people are interested in grunging up a lot of their different things. Tracy also has an amazing channel. She's on Facebook and she's also on YouTube, so I will have a link to her channel. She does have so many fun primitive country style different, you know, projects, and she just is so amazing with just kind of sharing simplicity, simple projects, and just has a way of sharing, just really makes you feel at ease and makes you feel like, yes, I can do that too. So look for those links in the description box below. And thank you, Tracy, for being so gracious in sharing so many wonderful ideas with so many people. We love them, and everybody just wants to recreate them. All right, guys, so then what I'm doing here is I am just, you know, I'm just grunging this up because I wanted a more primitive country looking fur for my Santa, and I achieved that look with Tracy's grunge mix, and I just love it so much. Again, look in the description box for those links. So the strip of the fur was a little too wide, so I'm just using my box blade, and then I'm using this mat that's more of a self-healing mat, and I'm just cutting it apart a bit, and just kind of, yeah, I'm using gloves, guys. I'm using gloves because I don't want all of that grunginess all over my fingers like I did with the candy canes last week. Anyway, but yeah, vinyl gloves are a staple in my craft room, especially now that I'm, kind of using all of this grunge mix and just reigniting my love for primitive country crafts like this. Oh, I love it. All right, so then what I'm doing is just, gluing the fur down, and then I'm realizing, this is way too white. So I go ahead and pull out my grunge mix again and then add some of it to that muslin fabric. Now, probably I should have done this, before I tied it on, but you know what? We just make do and we just figure out how to make it work. When we have it on there, I didn't want to have to untie it. And then I just use my heat tool to kind of dry everything so that it gives it a bit of stiffness. For some decoration, I wanted some little candy canes. So I pulled out one of those pipe cleaners that I grungied up last week in a recent video. I will have a link to that if you would like to see how I do that or how I did that. Anyway, I wanted, I put them into, I formed them into candy canes, but they were still a little flimsy. So I pulled out my Stiffen Quick. It's a stiffening spray. And so I just laid my candy canes out on a piece of parchment paper and then just sprayed them with the Stiffen Quick. Let them dry, and yep, we are good to go. We are in business. So I am just going to decorate kind of like the top of my Santa hat, and so I have some greenery and some of those pit berries, and then I'm going to use a couple of those small candy canes, just crisscross those just to give me the look that I want for my little Santa. For a little small bow, I'm using some of this jewelry cording that I get in the jewelry section, and I'm just going to make a 2-loop bow, just simple, just to put there and glue on the top of my candy canes. For a hanger, I'm just using a piece of that homespun fabric, but first I want to add a bit of grunginess to it because first of all, it smells really good, and then second, it just really adds the grunge that we like for our primitive country projects. And if that is not something that you like in your projects, then don't do it. It's just that if you do like that look, which a lot of us do, this is a great way to grunge up any of your primitive country projects. Okay, so then I wanted just to kind of share this with you. I wanted my Santa to hang on a hook, and I didn't want his hat to fall forward. So just the way that I made it, I just glued a little bit of it in the back, just that so that it would kind of pop up, that top part of the hat. And then I'm just going to make just a hanger for the back of my Santa so that he hangs nicely. And this would be so cute on a little hook on a Christmas tree, as an ornament, on a doorknob, just anywhere you want, just a little pop of Christmas in your home. And also it would make a wonderful gift for someone special. And to add a little bit of pizzazz to my Santa, I'm going to add some glitter. Now this is totally optional, of course, but I love the little sparkle. So I have this diamond glitter from Hobby Lobby, and then I'm using this Elmer's Craft Bond spray adhesive. Just spray some of that on there and then just sprinkle on a little bit of the shimmer. And my little primitive country Santa just turned out so cute, and I hope that you love him as much as I do. I did is I put this video together just to kind of show you from start to finish how I create my primitive country kind of vintagey vibe Santa bottles, just using some bottles, some root beer bottles, some wine cooler bottles, beer bottles would work, Coke bottles, or anything like that. So guys, let me go ahead and share how I create these cutie patooties. To start my Santa bottles, I'm starting with some clear bottles. Now, regular beer bottles will work, or any kind of wine bottles. I've done all of those before too, but these are just clear bottles. My son drinks root beer out of them, and then also my wine coolers, and I don't know, they're just really too good to throw away. If you can recreate something and recycle, upcycle something, if you're not going to, of course, recycle it. Anyway, so what I'm doing is, guys, I am putting on a coat of chalk paint, and what I did to give it a little bit of texture is I just took some regular baking soda out of my kitchen, and I just mixed it in with my acrylic paint, and so then I'm just giving it a coat of that. Now I choose to, when I'm painting bottles or something like that, chalk paint does seem to adhere a lot better than just regular acrylic paint. You'll need to have some kind of primer or something like that, but chalk paint adheres very well, and I wanted more of a texture to my paint. So what I did is I just mixed some baking soda in with the paint, or the chalk paint. I painted my bottles a coat of plaster first, just to give it like an undercoat, and then all I needed was one coat of the red mixed with the baking soda, just to give it a little bit of a thicker texture, and I like that for my painted projects, especially on glass. I usually paint the bottom first, let that dry, and then paint the top. All right, so now I'm using medium flesh acrylic paint and then a flat paintbrush, and then just kind of eyeballing a circle. This is going to be my Santa face. And so usually one coat does well if I give it a pretty good coverage. And then I just am going to start the beard. Now I like to use the caulk from the Dollar Tree, or you can get it from, you know, any home improvement store, Walmart, that kind of thing. But I just pick it up at Dollar Tree. And then I just kind of, you know, just start putting it on, kind of like, you know, you are going to decorate a cupcake or a cake or something like that. Just kind of put that on, and then I just use a little stick, kind of spread it around, just kind of like you're frosting a cupcake. And I go down a little bit more at the bottom, kind of like where the beard would be. And then also I do just some little eyebrows, just give a couple of, you know, just kind of above like where the little eyes would go, and then that is going to be really cute. Now I let this dry completely. It does take several hours. I usually just let it dry overnight so I don't risk putting my fingers in it and messing it up. All right, so then now I'm just taking a stencil brush and some coral color paint and just stippling on some cheeks. Then I will go back and add just some eyes. Now I like the more almond shaped eyes. You know, if you've been following me for a while, you know that that is the type of eyes that I like, but you know, you can draw eyes several different ways. So what I was showing first is I'm going to be putting a little wood plug in for the nose, but so I was just trying to see my position. And then once those are all dry, then what I do is I am going to add some distressing, and I just take some milk chocolate acrylic paint and then some water, and I'm just mix it in just a little cup, and to get the thickness that I like. Now, how I choose to distress, my method is different than other people's, but what I do here is I am just I don't want it to be so white, so I am just kind of stippling it on, and I kind of like made a stain is what I did. And so then I just take a tissue or a baby wipe just to, dab off the excess, but I like the way that it looks. See, here's the white and then the one with the distressing. I like that a lot better. And then once I do that, then I just go back and add some paint, some black paint in for the eyes. I don't know, this is just my process of how I do it, kind of the order that I do it. And so I just, filled it in with the black paint. Then using my little detailing brush, the one that has been with me for many, many years, I just go and make some eyelashes. And then I just use that same detailing brush and add some of the whimsical features just with some white paint in my little detailing brush just to add some lines on the cheeks. I like that look like that. And then what we're going to do now is add the white of the eyes. Just, depending on where you are, how you put the white in the eyes depends on how Santa's looking. Now, I like to use these 3/8 inch wood plugs that I get from Hobby Lobby for my Santa bottles. Those are kind of the size that I like to use for that. So then I just glue those wood plugs there, and then I take some of that coral paint and just dab some of that on so that it gives them a rosy nose. And then I'm going to go ahead and add some little white swoosh to his nose so that, just kind of give him a little swooshy nose. And then I'm going to add some splatter paint, and I was making several of these Santa bottles at one time because I have going to be using them for different things. And so I'm just adding the paint splatter black, and then I go back and add the paint splatter white. And then for my Santa beard, I'm using this glitter paint. It's diamond. I just have the smaller tube of it. And I just go and just kind of smear a little bit of that on the Santa beard because I like that little shimmer. And I know it just doesn't show up too good on camera, but yes, it's there. For my Santa's beard, I'm using this yarn. Now, I've had this particular skein for several years, but the closest that I can find is this homespun yarn over at Michael's. Okay, so to make my Santa beard, depending on how big, how big the face is, will depend on how many times I wrap the yarn around my fingers. But for these Santa bottles, what I'm doing is wrapping them around 3 or 4 times. Then I cut off a little piece and then I tie it in the middle. Then I'm using my Cutter Bee scissors. They're just little short scissors like this. And you can find these in the craft store or you can find them on Amazon. And the reason I mention that is because I do get questions about where you can find those little Cutter Bee scissors. Anyway, so then I just go through and I go through and cut the loops apart, and then I trim off the beard just to, my liking, so it's not so thick. And then I just hot glue it there right underneath the nose. And then I'll take my scissors and just trim off any fuzzies that may, or little stragglers that I, don't like for each individual beard. Each one, it's its own creation and turns out a little bit different. For his hat, I could not find any socks that I liked at the time that I was going to be doing this video. So I decided to paint my own. So what I have here are just some white socks that I got from the Dollar Tree, and then I brought them home and I just made an instant coffee stain just to coffee stain them. And how I do that is just, put a bowl of water and then I just sprinkle in some instant coffee to the darkness that I like. And then I just soak them for a little bit until I get the the stain that I like, and then I let them dry, and then they're ready to go to paint on. So I'm choosing to paint on these because I couldn't find any striped socks. And so I'm going to show you here how you can create your own just with some paint. Now, guys, I am just using a red acrylic paint, but right here I'm showing you you can also use fabric paint. And the reason that I'm showing you both of those, because if you use the fabric paint, it's a little bit more soft on the fabric versus, you know, just the acrylic paint. Sometimes when you paint on it, it makes a little hard on it. So what you can do if you don't want your paint to be hard, then you'll need something like a gloss medium or acrylic medium rather, that you can just get anywhere paint is sold. It's usually just something that you mix parts into, like the same part into it, and it doesn't change the color or anything of the acrylic paint, but what it does is that when you paint it on the fabric, it gives it a softness that you know you have, so that you don't have that hard paint on it. But these are just going to be Santa hats, and they're just fine. They're really just fine. Okay, so what I'm doing here is I am just going to be putting this on my bottle, and I just kind of, you know, play around with it to get the placement that I like. I also add some polyfill, some stuffing in it just to, you know, give it a little bit of thickness. So I just kind of play around with it, you know, glue it as I go along, kind of scrunch it up, and just, you know, make my little Santa bottles look really cute. Then I just pulled out some cheesecloth that I also coffee stained. I got this cheesecloth at Walmart in the canning section. And so I just coffee stained that and let that dry so that I would have it for my little primitive country crafts, just like this. I also have some of that red and green homespun that I love so much. And again, you can get homespun at different places like Hobby Lobby, Walmart, also JubileeFabric.com is another place that you can get some wonderful fabric. All right, so then now I'm just continuing to start you know, adding the embellishments to my little Santa hat. And guys, what I usually do is I usually cut the end of the sock. I'll show you that here real quick. What I do is I just take my little pinking shears and I just make some slits in it just to kind of give it like the I don't know, fuzzy look, I guess, on the end. And so at this point I had forgotten to do that, but I go back later and do that. So what I'm doing is this: I have these 32mm jingle bells that I picked up from Hobby Lobby, and I have that same brown wire from Michael's that I have been using. It is kind of a little rusty looking to me. It's brown, but it can pass for a rusty wire. And so I just you know, use my little wire curling tool to add the curls on the ends, and then I just take strips of that homespun as well as some cheesecloth, tie that on the end, and just make it look just so primitive country cute. I just love that so much. And so that pink little paddle that you see up there in the right corner, I got questions about that the last time that I used it, but that is a mask tool that you can find at Dollar Tree or anywhere any kind of makeup is sold. You can get those. They're little silicone tools, and they're used to put makeup on or mask or whatever. And so we just use them for when we hot glue so that we don't burn our fingers, and they just work great. So then I'll just continue to go around and just, you know, kind of scrunch and glue and scrunch and glue. And then for some more embellishments, I'm using another one of those grungy candy canes. Well, actually, it is a pipe cleaner. They were red and white, and then I grunged them up on a recent video that you can see how I do that. And so I just use them for little embellishments like this. So I wanted some a little bit smaller. So what I did is I cut them apart, and then because they were a little flimsy, so what I did is I just took my Stiffen Quick and just sprayed them so that they would be a little bit stiffer. And so then for embellishments for the top of my Santa hat, or the side of my Santa hat rather, I'm just using some pip berries that I got from Hobby Lobby, and then some greenery, and just kind of tying all of that in, just gluing everything with some hot glue, making sure that everything is down. And then also I add just a little just some jewelry cording that I get from the jewelry section, and I just just make just a little regular bow. I just really like all the little details. Guys, y'all hear me say that all of the time. The beauty is in the details. For a little bit more pizzazz for my Santa, of course, this is totally optional, but I am choosing to use a little bit of glitter on the hat, and so I don't want it to get on my Santa face. So what I'm doing is just taking a paper towel and just covering that up, and then I take my craft bond. It's just Elmer's spray, adhesive spray, and then I just spray it, and then I just sprinkle on some little glitter. Now this glitter is Diamond over from Hobby Lobby. Y'all know my favorite store has all my favorite things. And so then I just spray the front, then I spray the back. Again, this is totally optional, but at Christmas time we always love a little sparkle. This DIY lumberjack gnome. Now, when I first found this buffalo red and black sock at the Dollar Tree, I knew that I was going to create a lumberjack gnome. It just total inspiration. So what I'm using is one of the pumpkins, the wood pumpkins from the Dollar Tree. I'm just using my heat tool just to get off that pesky sticker. And then some of it wouldn't come off, so I used my fingernail file just to get off some of the gunk, and I ended up peeling some of the paint off, but it is okay because I'm going to paint over it anyway. I'm using the paint acrylic color flesh tone, and I'm just painting a portion of the block just to so I could use that for the face. And then also I have for his nose, I'm using this 1/2-inch split wood ball. I get mine at Hobby Lobby, and just painting that flesh tone as well. Now I'm going to add some cheeks, and I like the more rectangle up and down cheeks. I'm just using the acrylic paint color Coral, and just using a stencil brush just to give some color. Now it was a little bit too bright, and so I just took some of that flesh tone paint and just painted over it a bit so it would soften the coral color a bit. Okay, so for the part of his beard, I'm using this faux fur. It's called Fawn, and this is from Hobby Lobby, and I just cut off the trick is to get it to look wispy is to just cut through the felt backing with an X-Acto knife, or I'm using a box blade here. And so I cut off a bit of it so, it doesn't look choppy. And my first part I cut off, it was too small. So I had to go back and cut a larger piece that would wrap around, my gnome. And so then I'm just taking a black marker and just figuring out how I want to, position the part of the beard that goes on for the gnome, and just using my box blade as well. And as you can see, I'm just, going through that backing and not cutting through the actual fur. So before I put my beard on, I want to put my sock on or my hat. And so I'm just, putting that on there. And then I'll play around with the position of it. I'm just using some fabric, some stuffing just to give it a little, I guess, thickness to it or a little fluffy. And so I just put my nose on there, hot glue that, and then I'll just position my sock where I want it to be. I'm not butting my fur up underneath the nose like usual gnomes because I want to use some of my fluffy yarn that I had on hand to give him a fluffy mustache because, lumberjacks have fluffy beards. Anyway, moving on. Now to decorate the top of my sock, I'm just cutting off the toe part, and I like to use my pinking shears for this, only because it just cuts through, and then I just can cut through it better. Anyway, so I'm just taking some wire, cut off a piece of wire, and then I have 3 20 mm jingle bells, and I got these at Hobby Lobby a few years back. You can get those at Amazon or maybe some other craft stores. I'm also going to be using a rusty star, some pine, and also some raffia. So once I get these bells the way that I want them, then I'll start putting everything on my sock. I just twist everything together, make sure that my bells and my star are, facing the top, and, just make sure everything's all nice and fun and woodsy. And to get my sock to stay in place, I just add a bit of hot glue and just position it the way that I want. Okay, for his mustache, I'm using this fluffy yarn that I've had on hand for many years. I think I got this at Hobby Lobby many years ago, but you can get yarn any place, any craft store. Anyway, so I wrap it around my fingers, I don't know, 5 or 6 times, and then I just cut off a piece. I tie it off in the middle, and then need some very sharp scissors. These are not cutting it. I'm gonna in a second, I'm going to pull out my cutter bees because those scissors are sharp and they work best. Anyway, so then I cut off the loops to make my fluffy mustache. All right, so for the snowman, I'm using this color of chalk paint. It's Plaster by Waverly, and that is a Walmart brand. And so then I'm just freehanding, just kind of drawing out a circle. Now, someone could get, like a jar or a cup or something like that to, draw out a circle with a pen or something like that to give you the snowman circle shape. So then I will also use that same plaster chalk paint and go around the edges just to give it a border. To make the eyes for the snowman, I'm just starting out with my black Sharpie marker, and I just draw them out. I draw 2 ovals at the top. I like the eyes where they're more touching at the top, but you know, there are different ways to make eyes. So then I use my round brush and some black paint just to fill them in and get the look that I want. Then to make my cheeks, what I do is I use some coral color paint, and that paint is by Ceramcoat. And then I use my stencil brush. I like to choose the one that's a little bit more wispy, and that just kind of gives me the, you know, it's not solid. That's the kind of the look that I'm going for. And so then I start out a little light, and then I go as heavy as I want it to. Then I will take my liner brush and just make some eyelashes as well as some eyebrows. Now, I get questions a lot about a little liner brush like this to make little wispies like this. And what I would recommend, this brush has been with me for a long time. It is old. It has lost a lot of the bristles. And so that's what I would recommend, finding a liner brush and maybe remove some of the bristles so that you just get a few strands in the actual liner brush. So that if you want to make little whimsical features like this for your characters, then that kind of is what I would recommend. Okay, then now I'm taking a flat paintbrush and just going around the outside of the pocket just to give it a black stripe. And then I'll add some shading and all that stuff just to, you know, give it some of the country touches that I like. Okay, I'm using this color of orange. It is Canyon Orange and a round paintbrush, and that is what I'm going to use to start my snowman nose. So I like to start on the largest part and just kind of go down and just kind of keep going and just getting smaller and smaller as I go along, just to give the snowman his carrot nose. I have also used puffy paint in the past that you can get in the craft store, but for this particular snowman, I'm just using my brush and some Canyon Orange paint. Then I'm using my little detail liner brush just to add some excess on the snowman, just to give him this whimsical look. You could also, I have done little smiles, you know, just with little funny, mischievous grins. It's so fun just to create different character faces with just paint and a brush. Now I'm going to add some highlighting to the snowman nose, and I'm just using a flat paintbrush and some black paint just to go around the carrot nose just to give it some definition. Then to do some shading around the white of the snowman, I'm just using my milk chocolate paint by Americana and my flat paintbrush and just going around and giving it some shading. And as you can see on that left side of his face, I got a little heavy, so I'm going to show you next how I fix that. So what I do is I got a little heavy on there. I could either take a baby wipe and try to get some of that off, but I chose to just get that plaster chalk paint and just go, you know, add a little bit of paint to that so that it wasn't so heavy in that area. So then I continue to go around the pocket and add some brown shading because I love all these little country touches. All right, so then also for more whimsical touches, I just take another liner brush and just add a white stripe to the black of each of, you know, around the stripes, because I just really feel it. Just the beauty is in the details, guys. I say that all of the time, that beauty is in the details. And so then it was at this point that I remembered, oh yeah, you forgot to shade around the where the blue jean and the white border meet. So that's what I'm doing now. And then I'll just continue with my little detailing brush just to add some more features, just to bring out the nose, as well as do some doodling around the snowman face and around the pocket, just to add a little bit more dimension. As I say all of the time, friends, the beauty is in the details. And so, you know, I like to use an ultra-fine Sharpie marker as well as a fine Sharpie marker, which I'm using my ultra-fine Sharpie marker right now. I know it doesn't show up too good on camera, but that's what I'm using. It's my little hand-painted projects pop. So then now I'm going to add some splattering. I do black first, and then I go back and add white to it. And so for whatever reason, I did not get the black on there, but I did. I added black first, and then I go back and add white. Okay, so then now to kick it up a notch, I'm using some white puffy paint, and this is just something that you can get in the craft store anywhere the fabric paint is sold. You can also get it on Amazon, but it's pretty easy to find, and so I'm just going around and just giving some squiggles around it. Now I let that dry overnight because puffy paint does take a little bit to dry. I pulled out some of my homespun fabric to create a hanger for my pockets, and I can find homespun fabric at Hobby Lobby. Usually Walmart and JubileeFabric.com has lots of fun designs. All right, so then I just cut off, about an inch or a little less than an inch strip, and then I The embellishments are the fun part. I have some of these rusty snowflakes that I picked up from Hobby Lobby in the My Little Christmas miniature ornament section. And what I'm doing is just tying one of them a little bit, so one hangs a little bit longer than the other. Then I'm taking some pine just greenery and just going to just kind of attach all of that together like that. I took another piece of that homespun fabric just to make like a small bow, and I'm just kind of maneuvering it so that it kind of lays nicely and just kind of position everything together, and that just looks so cute. And I just use my pinking shears to just trim that off, because sometimes the ripping it that way, it ends up being a little bit more frustrating. Okay. These just make such cute little gifts. You could just change out, the characters to match your style and design. Now, I am a gift card fan, and so this is perfect for a little gift card or a small little gift, a little trinket, that kind of thing. And then they can use it for years to come as an ornament or a doorknob hanger, or just to hang on a hook or something like that. Making this little snowman shelf sitter using one of my leftover pumpkins from the Dollar Tree. Now, this was from the fall season, and of course they have those pesky little stickers on there, and just using my little heat tool and just peeling off the sticker. I'm also using one of the socks from the Dollar Tree. I had bought those in the fall season as well, and just pulled it out so I could use it for his little hat. So I want to use the crackle paint technique on this little snowman shelf sitter as well. So I'm just painting it black. I let that dry. Then I put a layer of the crackle medium on there and let that completely dry, about 15-20 minutes. Then I go back over it with some plaster chalk paint, and it literally cracks before your eyes. And so one thing that I did notice, like where that sticker was on the back of the little wooden pumpkin, I guess where the little adhesive is, the crackle and the paint did not stick very well to that. So you will see that as I'm working with my little snowman. I want to give my little snowman some cheeks. I'm just using some coral colored paint and a stencil brush, and just stippling on some cheeks just to give him a cute little face. I just kind of dab it on just to get the look that I want. Then I'm going to get a liner brush and some orange paint and just draw on a nose where it just looks so cute. milk chocolate brown paint, and I like to shade my projects, so I'm just using a flat paintbrush and dip half of my brush in water, the other half in paint, and then I blend it on a paper towel. Then I go around my projects to give it just some shading and just give it some definition. I'll just continue to bring this little snowman shelf sitter to life by adding some doodles around the outside of the little nose and just the outer part of the wood part. And then I'll also give him a little smile. And this is just something that I like to do for my projects. It just really depends on what your little personal preference is, but I think that it just really gives it all. It doesn't have to be perfect to be very cute. Anyway, before I do the eyes, I'm going to put the sock on there so that I don't get my eyes too high, so that the brim of my sock, which is his hat, would be covering them up. I use some stuffing to add some, fullness to my hat, and then I just glue that down. Once I know the placement, I like to put my socks on first, like I said, so that I can get my eyes placed the way that I want, that they're not too high, too low, that kind of thing. And so I will use a black Sharpie marker and just draw out the eyes the way that I want them, and I like my eyes a little slanted. If you don't want to do this, you can use the end of a paintbrush or a marker or a dowel, something to give you 2 dots. But I use the marker first, and then I go back in and I fill it in with black paint with my paintbrush. Now, this is just a personal preference, but you can do eyes a lot of different ways. And I just then I just use my liner brush for some commas in the eyes, and then also my ultrafine Sharpie marker to give some eyelashes. Now I'm just taking some wire and some rusty jingle bells that I got from Hobby Lobby, and I'm just twisting that on the end of the hat so that, it could make a little jingle. This is just kind of how I like to make my little snowman, just all cute and just festive. To get the hat to stay where I want it, I will figure out where I want it to bend, and then I will hot glue that so that it stays. For more pizzazz and festiveness, I just have some greenery and some berries, and I just cut off a couple of sprigs of greenery and just kind of trying to figure out where I can get the greenery to stick, as well as my berries. Sometimes I tuck it in the brim of the hat. Sometimes I hot glue it, to the hat, and just to, I'm cutting off the toe of that sock so that it kind of, lays a little bit freer where it's not, closed. Just depending on the sock will depend on what I kind of do with it. Sometimes I use my pinking shears and I'll make like the, strips. It just really depends on the sock. Anyway, just a cute little snowman shelf sitter. If you don't have any of those leftover pumpkins from the Dollar Tree, you can do this with a board or something else. Just let your imagination go wild and create you a cute little snowman shelf sitter just like this one. Okay, guys, I love decorating and creating fun things out of gift boxes. And so in this project, I'm going to show you real quick how I created this snowman scene using the bottom of a gift box. Yes, you can do that. So what I started with is a 14 by 16 inch canvas. And what I did is I painted it all the way around with midnight blue, gave it a couple of coats of that. And then what I'm doing is turning it over and making it kind of like a reverse canvas project. Now, this is a project that I did, and I shared it here on my YouTube channel. I will have a link to the original video if you would like to hear every single step of what I'm doing. But for the purposes of this video is I am constantly getting new viewers, new followers, new subscribers. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And you all have not seen all of my videos. I have over 737 videos now here on my YouTube channel, and I'm just a little bitty fish in the sea of YouTube algorithm. So welcome. So I'm just going to just briefly just kind of share with you. I created a snowman scene, and I used the bottom of a gift box. So I'm just going to kind of set this to music. Again, the link to the original video, if you would like to see a slower step-by-step, will be in the description box. But I wanted to share my snowman as part of this collection for my Christmas in July series that I was doing in the summer of 2023. So I decided to add sticks all the way around the frame just to finish it off, because at first I thought I was not, but then once I started laying them out and saw how, or I saw that I was going to have gaps, I decided to cover the whole frame. On the live, I had forgot to mention that this tree is from Hobby Lobby, and what I did is I just smashed the back, like I didn't fluff out the back. And so sometimes what I like to do is kind of to give it a little bit more defined. I have to cut off a little bit more of that right there. And so at first I was just going to not put it where the snowman went, but then I decided, yeah, go ahead, because the snowman wasn't covering the whole frame, and since it was exposed a bit, I didn't want that to be exposed. So then I have some of these tumbling tower blocks that I got from Five Below, and they're a little bit larger than the ones from the Dollar Tree, and so those really help with dimension, and they kind of are the same size as my canvas, my reverse canvas. Just using my serrated knife that I have in my craft room that I use for things like this. Now, it'll make more sense why I'm doing this, because I want to stick some things in there. So I picked up this branch from Michael's. Just kind of going up underneath there. Just want to make sure there's nothing else that I want to stick in there before I glue my little buddy down. I'm just taking some real blush that I got from the makeup section over at Dollar Tree, just using my fingers to give it just some cheek, just the color of the cheeks. And so then also I take that, just my little sponge from the Distress ink, and just go around the eyes a little bit just to give it a little dimension. I just put a little white swoosh in his mouth just to give it some character. Then I will glue down the snowflakes. Now these snowflakes came from Hobby Lobby, and I just put 3 of them on there just like that. All right, so to decorate the tree, I just have some of this blue homespun. I've had homespun like this for a very long time, but I've seen it at Hobby Lobby, and as I mentioned in the past, you can get homespun at Hobby Lobby, Walmart, and JubileeFabric.com is another place that I recommend to get cute homespun. So what I'm going to do is just tie just little knots of homespun around the twigs. Usually I make the little knots and I glue them on, but since I have lights on here, I don't want to take the chance of hot gluing and then shorting out the lights. I also had some of this blue ticking fabric on hand. Just cut a piece of that off and just kind of just tack that, or just kind of push that up underneath there just to hide the base of my tree. And then since I have that battery pack underneath there, I didn't glue that fabric down because I want to be able to get my fingers in there and turn the lights on and off. Okay, so then now I'm going to make a sign, and I'm just kind of sticking with the gift box just to kind of share ideas for friends that, you know, maybe new to crafting, you know, or maybe looking for some inspiration to kind of use some of the things that you have on hand or that you can get your hands on. Okay, so I just tore off like a square of that, and so then I just took a skinny stick, and when I was like, what am I going to write? So I end up writing, "Let it snow," and I just did my little, you know, happy dots and my distressing and all of that good stuff. So I pulled out my caulk from the Dollar Tree to add some snow to like the snowflakes and then the top of his nose as well as the sign, and then I'll put little dots of it on the tree branches just to give it a snowy effect. Then to kick it up a notch, I pull out my Martha Stewart fine glitter, and while that caulk is dry, I am just sprinkling the glitter on there, and I really liked that look. So then I wanted to glitter up the whole snowman and the snowflakes, so I pulled out my spray adhesive, just sprayed that the snowman and the snowflakes, and just sprinkled on a little bit more glitter. Now I know a lot of friends do cringe at glitter, but I do not mind it, and I love all the glittery effects. Okay, let me share the supplies that I'm using. I'm gonna design my wreath on this is a silver 14-inch wire form that I get from the Dollar Tree. This is the sign that I'm going to use that says "Let It Snow," and it has some faux like shiplap, and it has some cute little snowflakes on it. And Dollar Tree did offer these the last few years. I'm not quite sure this year, but this is the sign I'm using. And then this is the mesh that I'm using now. I shared my after Christmas find, these from Walmart that I got half off. It was 2 in a pack. This is like a bluish silver, this right here, and then this is like white and it has silver running through it. And so I'm using these two. Also, I'm going to use some of this. Now, this was offered at Hobby Lobby in their Christmas section, and it's white and it has some snowball, I call it snowball mesh running through it. I'm also going to be using some white pipe cleaners to put all of my mesh on my wreath. So let's go ahead and get started. Okay, so I have my two 10-inch mesh here, and what I'm going to do is roll them out together because it just kind of helps me when I'm making my wreaths. Now, I'm starting at the 10-inch, kind of the 10-inch mark, and I'm going to roll them out to about probably between 13 and 14 inches because this is Walmart mesh where it's a little bit thinner. And so I usually make my cruffles, which how I put my, roll it together, the design that I do. But since this is a little bit thinner, I'm going to go to the 24 mark. So that is going to give me 2 pieces of 14-inch that I'm going to put together. And so I'll cut both of these rolls at 14 inches, and I got about 12 out of the first set. I got about 12 bundles out of it. So how I make my cruffles is, let me move my little clamps out of the way so you can see. I get these little clamps I bought these at Dollar Tree, both of these. These were in the laundry section. This was in the Crafter Square section, and I don't know, they just help me with my wreath making. Anyway, so I'm going to make a cruffle, and so how I do that is I just take one end and I bend it over. I'm bend it over 3 times, and then I'm going to clamp it with one of these pink clips, turn it around. I bend this over, like the edge of it, roll it 3 times, and then I gather it in the middle, and then I go on the top, like where it looks like, I'll call it a taco, where I have 2 rolls like that, and then I put that to the side. So then I do the same thing for the other one. And, some wreath makers like put something there to kind of help themselves hold it. But it is what it is. So I bend the ends over, and then I flip it 2-3 times. And then I just take my clamp it, gonna turn it around. Do the same thing on this side, bend the edge over, then roll it once, twice, 3 times. Then I gather it in the middle to make my taco. So then I have these 2 like this. And so then what I use these for is, this is just what helps me. I take those clamps out and I make sure that my folds are on top, and I make an X. I just hold those together like that. And then now that's ready for my third, my snowball mesh, which I haven't cut yet. I'll do that next. But since these first 2 came out, I did these first, and I was going to just use this. But then I decided, no, I'm going to put some more of the snowball mesh in it. So I'm going to cut those next. I'm going to use this snowball mesh. I'm going to do it the same way. I'm going to cut these. Actually, I'm going to cut these at 12 inches since it's a little bit nicer mesh, and also it's a little better quality. So I started on the 10, so I'm going to go to the 22. Just use my rotary cutter. And usually I cut a whole bunch at one time, but for video purposes, I'm just kind of sharing my process. So I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to bend over the edge, and then I'm going to roll just 2 times since this is a 12-inch mesh. I cut it at 12 inches. So I'm going to bend over, then I'm going to roll it 2 times. Then I gather it in the middle to make my taco. And as you can see, this is a little bit better mesh. And anyway, so then I just clamp it like that. So then now I have my bigger one, or, you know, with the other 2. And so I'm going to start putting on my mesh, and once I don't know if I'm going to go on the top or if I'm going to go on the bottom, but I'll determine that once I start putting it on with my pipe cleaners. Okay, I have my form here, and I usually just start on a bar on the inner ring, and I'm going to take one of my pipe cleaners and just go through the first 2 bars, and I just kind of hold it like that. And then now I just have my silver mesh and my white mesh from Walmart. Now I'm taking one of these from Hobby Lobby, and I decided I'm going to put that underneath it so it kind of looks like that. And I offset it just a tad, kind of like X, just to offset them. And so then I'm just hold it down. Now, I know some wreath makers put their pipe cleaners on first. I don't do it like that. So, you know, this is just the way I do it. So I kind of twist it 2 times just to get it to hold. And so then I will continue to do, let me do another bundle. So I have my silvery, my blue silvery mesh and my white mesh. And then I have this one from Hobby Lobby. This one is from Walmart. This one from Hobby Lobby. I put it underneath because I just want that I want a hint of that snowball mesh, a hint of it, meaning I want it just peeking out. Anyway, so then now that I went on the inner ring on the first one, then I go on the outer 2 rings on the second one, like that. And so I have them all pulled together, just gather them, and then I just twist it 2 times just to hold it. And then I will continue next, go on the inner ring, then I'll go to the outer ring, then I'll go to the inner ring until I get the fullness of the wreath that I like. Okay, so here is where I'm at the moment, and I have some little space right here that I'm going to put 2 more, and that will be a total of 20 bunches of these 3 10-inch Deco mesh. So I'm just going to share here how I just kind of, you know, close it up. So I just go in, you know, like a zigzag pattern, and, you know, just with my pipe cleaners, just on the top ring, and then I go to the bottom ring, and then I go on the top ring. And you know, there are tons and tons and tons of wreath makers, and more are joining this wonderful, you know, community. And so every wreath maker kind of finds their own way of doing things. And so, you know, I pick up different tips and, you know, different things from watching other wreath makers. And so, you know, so then now I'm putting my last one on the outer ring. And so anyway, you know, you just kind of find different shortcuts, different tips that work for you, and just learn different things. And so that you can, you know, figure out what kind of works for you. So anyway, again, this is a 14-inch, you know, wire, and I have 20 of these, like silver blue. They're more dusty blue than silver, white, and snowball mesh. 20 bundles on this wreath. So then now I am going to pick out ribbon, and I will share that. I'll show you how I cut it, dovetail, and put it on my wreath. Okay, these are all of the ribbons that I just pulled out. I have a 2.5 and also some 1.5. I'm not quite sure what I'm going to use yet, but all of these either came from Sam's Club, Michael's. I have another place that I order ribbon from. It's called Flora Supply Frenzy. I think this came from Dollar General. So anyway, I will share now which ones I decided to use and how I put them together. Okay, so I have these that I cut at 13 inches, and I like to use these Perfect Tail boards from Burlap Boutique. And anyway, so then now I'm just going to share, I have another 2.5 inch. I'm going to show you, once I get these done, then I'm going to show you how I put my bundle together. So I need 6 of these, so I just roll it around or twist it around, fold it, whatever a person would call it. I don't usually like to do more than 6 because once I, you know, fold it over, sometimes it kind of adds a little length to the ribbon. So I don't want, I usually do like 5 or 6 flips. Some wreath makers do them more, but that is what works for me. And so then I just go and cut my ribbons. Getting hung up here for some reason. Here we go. Okay. So then I just take, that's what where the culprit was. It was kind of hung. It's kind of sticking together. Sometimes it happens. All right. So then I just take these 3. I usually do, I just don't like to dovetail a whole bunch at one time. So I fold it in half. I take my fabric scissors and I cut at an angle. So that gives me the V-cut or the dovetail. I do that on both sides. So then I have, you know, it like that. So I'll do these the same way, and then I'll move on to the next one. I have these 3 2.5 inch ribbons cut. I've already dovetailed them. And so what I like to do, how I do my bundles, is when I'm doing 3 ribbons together, I decide which one I'm going to want to make an X, and then I put the one that I want to be seen on top. So I make like the X, and then I, you know, put that one in the middle. I use my little tiny attacher. You may have seen me mention this before. I love this thing. It's one of my favorite things for wreath making. Yes, you can use that's one of the questions that I get. You can use a regular staple, but I just like it. Just puts a teeny tiny staple in there. And so then when I gather it like this to put into my wreath, I don't even feel it. So I'm going to go ahead and make all of these, you know, like this, and then I'll move on to my next set, and then I'll share how I put a few of them into my wreath. Okay, so I have my bundles all ready to go. I take the extra time just to get them ready so that when I put them into my wreath, I can just pick them up and go. So since I have 20 bundles and I'm using 3 sets of ribbon, what I did is I have 6 of these bundles with this gray burlap and the buffalo check, and then this white, and then I have 7 of these, and so then that gives me a total of 20 so that I can put them into my wreath. And so like I said, I cut my 2.5 at 13 inches, my 1.5 at 12 inches, and so then when I gather it like this, I just gather it in the middle. Let me do it this way so you can see. And so then I just kind of gather it and put it into my pipe cleaner like that, and then kind of position it so that it lays nicely, just like that. Okay, so I have my wreath here, and I just start somewhere. There is no right or wrong, just depending on how I want to put my ribbons in. So what I do is I just gather them like this. And then I untwist the pipe cleaner, and then I put it in, and then I twist it back. I get a lot of questions as to how I put my ribbons in my pipe cleaner. And so that's how I do it. I untwist it, and then I put it in there, and then I will cut this off, and I will give a dot of hot glue right there just to kind of seal the, you know, just seal the twist. And then I will cut off the excess. And if it's long enough, I will keep it to use for other projects. But if it's too short and I don't want to mess with it, then I just throw those extra pipe cleaners away. So I don't have my hot glue gun heated up right now. So I'm just going to kind of put my ribbon in here just to kind of share. But then I'll go to my next ribbon. My next bundle. I just, you know, I put my bundles in a zigzag pattern, like bottom ring, top ring, bottom ring, top ring. So then I will decide, I'm going to put this set in now. These are the 3 2.5 inch. So right here is like the next one that's up. So I'm just taking this one, gathering it, putting it in my pipe cleaner just like this. Then I'm going to twist it, I don't know, about 3 or 4 times. And then I cut that off, and then I put a dot of hot glue to seal it, and then I'll bend down any excess that I may, you know, have cut it off. I don't like measure my cuts or anything. So then I will fluff my ribbons like that. So then now I'm going to go down here. And I have this one. And so once I get all of my ribbons on, I'll give you like a closer view once I, you know, take my picture so that you can kind of see. That's all I do is I just untwist the ribbons. I put in my ribbon bundle or my ribbon, whatever I'm doing. I do a dot of hot glue, and you know, just depending on the ribbon, I almost always use wired ribbon, and because that just looks the nicest. And so then now I have one ribbon, like I have one bundle here, one here, then one here. So I'll continue to put in my ribbon bundles, you know, back and forth in a zigzag pattern. Now, I did not cut off my pipe cleaners because in a bit, I'm going to show you what I did to curl them and make them part of the decoration for the wreath. Okay, guys, so I have all of my ribbon on my wreath. Now, I know it was a little bit hard to see how I was putting on the ribbon, but basically, I just put the bundles in. I just start in one because, you know, I did a zigzag pattern with the mesh. I go top and then bottom, and I just alternate them. until I get all of the bundles on. Again, I did cut 7 of the 2, and then I did 6 of the 3. And so that gave me a total of 20 because I have 20 bundles on here. Now, I didn't cut off the excess pipe cleaners yet because I may use them for my embellishments. So I just pulled out a couple of things. These, I don't know, snowball looking things came on a pick from Hobby Lobby that I had on hand. And then I just pulled out some of these. This looks like a Walmart tag. It was a white snowy branch. I had these on hand as well. And then I have a couple of these little squiggly things that came from Walmart. And then I also have some white bells and some silver bells. I think this is a Dollar General tag, and then this is Dollar Tree. So I'm just going to kind of maybe randomly put some of this embellishment, put some of the embellishments on before I put on my sign. And I used my pipe cleaners that I had secured my ribbon on, tied it on. I used that to my advantage. I just threaded the jingle bells on and just, you know, threaded them through the top of the jingle bell. I did 1 silver and 1 white on all of the gray and white buffalo check ribbon bundles, and so that's how I kind of kept up with it. Now what I'm using is these wire curling tools that a sweet friend and viewer sent to me. Thank you so much, Jan. I love these. It just kind of has a little slit in the top of that tool, and you just slide it through like the pipe cleaner or wire, whatever you want to curl, and you just curl it on itself. And I just love using these. And also what I decided to do is just keep all of these pipe cleaners because I'm using those other curly white pipe cleaners that I got from Walmart, and so I'm just using it for decoration. Okay, guys, what I did is I took off or I separated the small little curly cues, and it does have a wire on it, but I want it to be just a little bit longer. So I'm using my picks machine, and what it does is it puts this little picks on it, and they have, you know, their sharp little blades. You know, I get comments, questions all of the time. People have their own opinions about, you know, the need for a picks machine. This is just something that I invested in many years ago, and I love it. And I got mine at Hobby Lobby. But what it does is it just kind of, you know, gives the little steel picks. And then let me cut this a little bit longer because I want it to get a little bit of this fabric or whatever so that it has something to hold on to. So then it puts a small pick in it, so then I can glue it into my Deco mesh wreath in between those flaps, and it holds it a little bit better. All right, so I took my small styrofoam balls from Hobby Lobby apart, and this wire is just a little thin. So to get it a little thicker, what I do is I just kind of bend it like that, and then I can, you know, it just has something a little bit thicker for my steel picks to go into. And so I'm going to do that for all of these, and I've already put them on my branches. And that's what I do, guys, to put my embellishments in my wreath. So that's why I'm sharing that. I use my picks machine and just put these steel picks on the end so that, and then I glue it, secure it into the flaps of the Deco mesh, and so then everything stays nice and tight, you know, and last for years to come. Okay, so I'm just going to quickly show you here. I kind of go in between the Deco mesh and just make sure that I just put some glue in there, and then I secure it in between, you know, the Deco mesh so that it attaches like that. And that steel picks just gives me the added security that I want for my projects. So then now, since I'm using 3 different things, what I think I'm going to do is just kind of sporadically put these around. It just kind of goes in between that deco mesh, and you know, the glue gives it the added security, as well as so that you know, it doesn't pull out or fall out. So then now we're going to put some white branches. And you know what? I think I may go ahead and put on my sign and then put my embellishments around my wreath. That's what I'm going to do. We're going to put on our sign next. Okay, I'm going to take this off because I don't want that. And then I use these cable ties. I will have a link for them if you're interested of where I got them from. Okay, they're already sticky, but I just like the extra security, and so I just have some E6000. I always have to, and yes, my E6000 is black. I didn't realize it until I got home and was going to use it, and it comes out black. But anyway, it holds the same. So I just put a dot of that. Sometimes I just put it on the board itself also because they're sticking together. Okay, and then I do some, you know, hot glue. And then I use pipe cleaners to, you know, string them through or thread them through. And then I'll also glue that. But I'm not going to do that yet because I want this to dry. So I use some of these clamps to hold my zip ties on, or my cable ties, and I let that dry for a little bit, and then I go back and put in my pipe cleaners and then attach it to the frame of my wreath. Okay, so I have my sign on there, and then I just started to put my embellishments in there, just kind of space them out the way that it was, you know, very appealing to the eye. Hey guys, it's Tracy, me and my flip-flop Santa and my cheesy twinkling lights are back again, and I am sharing some wreath inspiration with you as well as some hand painting. Now, I love to design wreaths. I also like to hand paint, and I love to share it here on my channel with my community. All right guys, let's go ahead and get started, and let me show you the beautiful wreaths and hand painted signs to go along with them. Okay, what I'm starting with is one of these reindeer forms from the Dollar Tree. And if you cannot find one of them from the Dollar Tree, I have seen them at Hobby Lobby in the Christmas section. So what I did is I just took my heat tool and that spatula, and I just, heated it up to get those antlers off as well as the nose, because I'm going to paint those a little different color. So what I'm doing is giving it a couple of coats of this brown paint. It is milk chocolate by Americana. And then for the antlers, I am using antique white. It is also an Americana brand. But before I do that, I'm going to go ahead and fill in those holes so that I don't have, those holes. I just use some spackle just to fill those in. And then I give those 2 coats of that. All right, so I'm using this brown color and my fan brush. I'm going to be using just the end of it. And the brown color is sable brown, also an Americana color. You know that I'm Americana paint color fan. And so I just use the end of that fan brush just to give it a faux plaid pattern. So I just make my stripes like this down, and then I'll go back and do them horizontal. So I'm going to use a number 10 flat paintbrush and some black paint and some clean water. And I'm going to be doing some black shading around my reindeer. And so I just dip half of my brush in paint, the other half in clean water, and then I blend on that blue paper towel. And then I just go around the edges, just adding some shading. And I like on these darker colors like this, I like to add black because I feel that it just gives it a depth to it that I like for my projects. Then for my antlers, what I do is I use some milk chocolate paint to do the shading as well with that number 10 flat paintbrush, and just go around that and just add some depth and character and cuteness. Now for the fun part for me is to add cute little whimsical faces, and I do this by just adding just drawing 2 ovals, and I like the more slanted or the more almond shape. And so first I do a pencil, then I go back and draw it out with Sharpie. This is just my process, guys. Every painter finds their own way. I'm just kind of sharing what works for me. Then I use a round brush that has a more pointed tip on it. And so then I just fill in the ovals with my paintbrush and just make my little eyes like this. And then that rounded point of the brush, I just kind of can just get in there and just really make those eyes as big as I want them. And so then now I'm going to use a smaller flat paintbrush and some white paint and just give some highlights kind of to the top and just around, like maybe the face a bit. As you hear me say most all of the time, the beauty is in the details, and you can just see right here, just by adding different paint and different highlights, just doodling and adding all the fun touches, just really brings this little guy to life. And so then next I'm going to add some cheeks. I like the more rectangle up and down cheeks, but everyone has their own way of doing things. I'm using Barn Red, also a stencil brush, and it kind of makes it a little wispy. And so then I kind of dab off a little bit of the brush on the paper towel because I'm not quite sure how dark I want it. And so I just start stippling that on until I like the look. Now on camera, it looks really, really bright, but then once this paint dries, you can see right there how it just turns muted. That's just what the paint does. So I'm just adding some highlights, and then I'll go back with my little detailing brush and add some lines that gives it the really whimsical look that I love for my projects. And so again, if you're looking for a small detailing brush, a liner brush is what you're going to look for. And then like I've had this liner brush for many, many years. Some of the bristles have fallen out. And so that's the key, is just to find a brush that has just a few bristles. And that gives you these little, little bitty lines like that. All right, so then I go back and add, of course, my black Sharpie marker, because I just love to outline all of my projects, because I really feel that that just makes it pop. And then what I'll do is use this little ultrafine Sharpie marker, just go around and just adding a little bit more detail just to make it pop, and just add what I like. And then I'm going to add my, my little squiggly lines, my little doodles. I just love this. And as you can see, like I said, you could just with a little paint, you just bring this little character to life. I'm also going to add some eyelashes, as well as a fun mouth and all of that good stuff. For his nose, what I'm going to do is I took the nose off so that I could paint, but I wanted to move the nose up a bit. And instead of just painting it red, I'm going to be adding some glitter. So I'll show you how to do that next. Before I put the nose on, I wanted to draw a mouth, and I just do that with a black Sharpie marker. And so then I use the nose as a guide to help me, figure out the placement of how I wanted the mouth. And I just did that with my black Sharpie marker. And then I have to do it. I love to add black and white splatter paint to my project. So that's what I do. And my method is with a stiff brush. I just run the stick over the brush toward my body, and then I do black, and then I go back over it and do white. And so then for the nose, what I did is I just painted, gave it a coat of red paint, and this is primary red. And then it dried really, really quick, so I did have to go back and use some Mod Podge. And that glitter color I'm using is Garnet. It's a Martha Stewart color. And so then to give something for my glitter to stick to, I just used Mod Podge. And so I'm using a piece of parchment paper, or a paper plate would work as well, just to act as a funnel, so that I can put the excess glitter back into my little jar, my little tube. And so then I gave everything a coat of this varnish that I like to use, and then I glue everything down just with E6000, as well as some hot glue, just to make sure that everything is secure. And then to end it, I just put a little swoosh of white paint on the top of the nose. For the little Merry Christmas sign, I had one of these plaques from that wood pile pack that I get from Hobby Lobby. I had already painted a bunch of them off white, but I wanted to share this with you just to encourage you, because yes, I do mess up. So I was going to write Merry Christmas, and I did what I encourage you all to do, is before I get started, air draw it just to make sure everything is going to, work out. But no, it wasn't. I did not. I got my letters off. So I ended up having to go back, repaint it. And so then I just want to encourage you that, yeah, mistakes are going to happen. And so I'm just painting a sign, and that's what I did. I just went over it, repainted it. And so then now I'm going to show you how I'm going to paint it. And it turns out correctly the second time. So then now I'm going to add some shading with my favorite brown, which is milk chocolate, and then a flat paintbrush. I just dip half of my brush in paint, the other half in clean water, and then I blend on a paper towel, and that just blends the paint so that I can just, shade it around my sign. And so then I'm going to add some green. I'm going to add a background. So I was kind of, you know, my happy accident turned out great because I wanted to add a little background. And I do that just with some holly green, Christmas color green. It's Holly Green by Americana and my fan brush, and just go and make my faux plaid pattern, what I like to do. And so then I'm going to add some black shopper maca because I like the way that it makes my signs stand out. And then once I do that, I'm like, yeah, I want to add a little bit of shading, you know, on one side of those plaid faux plaid, you know, my background, because I just feel that it just adds a little bit of country cuteness to it. And so then now it's like, okay, girl, it's time for you to start again. So I'm using a number 2 flat paintbrush, and I like air draw it out, you know, again, and figure out where I need to start my letters and where my C of my Christmas, like, you know, needs to be, so that I can kind of cattywampus put my letters. And so, guys, I know that there are, you know, lots of people that will reach out and say, you know, hey, do you do any kind of painting tutorials or anything like that? Honestly, the way that I do my letters all different. And so, like I have mentioned before, I have found some free fonts that you can download from defont.com. You can install them on your computer, and then that's how you can practice. And so that's how, honestly, that is how I learned, just by watching people that I liked, kind of following them, and practice. That is, you know, what I've been doing, and you can do it too. So I love my happy dots, and I am just taking my brush, just doing, you know, the little happy dots. Then once that's all dry, what I'll do is just to add, just to make my letters pop, I'll go back and add some black Sharpie marker along one side of it, just to not really give it a shadow, but just kind of make it stand out a little bit. Then once all of that is dried, then I will take my little liner brush and just give it each happy dot a comma or just a little white highlight, just to make my letters pop and just, you know, have them, bring them out. And then I did add some paint splattering to my sign, and for whatever reason my camera didn't film it, but you've seen me paint splatter many times. I added the black and also added the white. I'm starting with a 14-inch wire form as well as 21-inch burlap, Deco mesh from Hobby Lobby, and then some tan pipe cleaners. Now, I like to do this method because I usually put a sign on my wreaths, and I like to give it a little bit of cushion. So I just go across and I secure the pipe cleaner, then I go across, secure another one, and then I usually make about 8-inch poofs in the center. I go around and kind of like where those bars are, I just kind of use that as my guide, and then keep going around. And then once I get to the place that, you know, like to where I started, then I go back and I just drop down to the outer 2 rings, and then I make between 9 and 10-inch poofs. Again, I do have some Wreath Basics tutorials that shows you this in real time in slow motion if this was a little bit fast for you. I will put a link in the description box as well as in the iCard. So then now I have 12 pipe cleaners to put Deco mesh in. All right, so then for my 10-inch Deco mesh, I'm going to be cutting 6 of each of these. All of this mesh came from Hobby Lobby, and so this one right here I was going to use, but then later on I end up changing it to a different one. So I'll show you that in a bit. All right. So as I said, this burlap came from Hobby Lobby, and I cut it at 14 inches. And since it was woven with that little white in it, I tried to go in between that. And I find that I like that much better because I didn't have white everywhere. And so then this burlap with red, also at 14 inches. Now, guys, to make my cruffles, this is what I do every single time when I make these. I bend over one end and then I bend over the other end. I gather it in the middle and then I clamp it. And so then I'm doing the same thing. This is my favorite way to make a base like this. So I would just change up my 10-inch mesh and then I crisscross them like that in the little X pattern. And then that's what's going to go into my pipe cleaner. All right, this snowball mesh also came from a Hobby Lobby, my favorite store, and do the same thing. And so I cut 6 of each of these out so that I would have, I'm going to alternate them, one bundle and then the other bundle into my burlap mesh wreath. And so then doing the same thing, I just bend over one end, bend over the other end, gather it in the middle, and then clamp it. And so that's how I make my cruffles, guys. Okay, as I mentioned, I have 12 pipe cleaners. So since I have 6 of each of these bundles, I'm going to do a zigzag pattern and put one bundle in one and then the other burlap bundle in the other one. And so just to help keep myself straight, I just put one in and then now I will go on to the second one. Every wreath maker has their own way of doing things. I am just here to encourage you to share my tips of what I do for my wreaths and what has worked for me. And so I'm so grateful and thankful that you are here. And so then this is how full my wreath is looking so far, but we're not finished because I am also going to be using this cream and burlap, also came from Hobby Lobby. This is in place of that other red with the burlap. That one, it was too much red. And so I cut these at 16 inches because what I'm going to do is only use one of those. I'm using the same technique. I bend over the ends and then I gather it in the middle, clamp it, and then I'm going to put this like in the holes. Like I consider like in between the two Deco mesh, I have like a hole. And so then to add some fullness, what I do is I put a pipe cleaner around 2 of those rings and then I put this burlap with the cream mesh in there, and then that just adds the fullness all the way around. So I don't have any gaps in between my Deco mesh of where I have it. And so there, it just makes a very full wreath. So now we're going to head on and let me show you the ribbon choices. These are the cute ribbons I'm going to be putting together. How I have them laying out is how I'm going to put them into the bundle. Okay, this set right here, the 1.5 inch came from Hobby Lobby. That's the polka dot, and then the check came from Michael's. And then I cut the 2.5 inch at 13 inches and the 1.5 inch at 12 inches because I like the way it lays with the just being a little bit shorter. So then I make my bundles like this. I do kind of the same methods every wreath process. Both of these came from Michael's. And so, as I said, I like to, I take the extra time just to do this so that I can just put them into the wreath. These came from Craft Outlet, and that striped one, I had that in my stash. I'm not quite sure where I got that one from, but the brown check came from Michael's. Okay, so then I use my little tiny attacher, my little stapler, just to make bundles like that. So then now I'm ready to go. I'm also tying some knots of raffia, and that is going to go into one set of the ribbon. So then I just determine which one is going to have the bundle with the 3 in there, and then I'm just putting the raffia in there. And so then I stay with that throughout the wreath. And so then what I'm going to do is alternate these two right here. I like to form the ribbons like that, and then I will use the next one to go in the other one, and then I do a zigzag pattern all the way around the wreath until I get all of this beautiful ribbon into this wreath. And so then what I decided to do also is add some jingle bells. We cannot have a cute burlap country reindeer wreath without some jingle bells. And these 30mm jingle bells came from Hobby Lobby. And so then this is how it looks in there. It's just so cute. And I'm just so in love with the way that this wreath turned out. And to attach the reindeer sign to my wreath, I use these 1-inch cable ties. I just attach them to the back with pipe cleaners, and then I thread them on the wreath with an upholstery needle. And then this is how I cover the back with some placemats from Hobby Lobby during the fall season. And then I also use a grapevine wire to make a hanger. Then I'm adding some berries and some greenery. And I think all this came from Hobby Lobby. I think that's where I got it from. I've had it in my stash. Anyway, I just pulled pieces of that apart, put a steel pick on the end, and then just included it in the wreath. And it turned out adorable. I just love the way that it turned out. I'm so happy and just, very grateful that I have these gifts to share with so many sweet burlap wreaths. I'm taking it back to the basics of how I make my rustic burlap base. Guys, I buy the burlap on the bolt, and I just use my rotary cutter just to cut off 6 inches, and I cut off 10 strips of these 6-inch pieces of burlap. Now guys, to get the frayed edges, what I do is I go outside. First of all, I always wear a mask when I am working with cut burlap. And so I go outside and I just take my hands and run it across it so that I get the frayed edges. And that mask kind of helps with, preventing me from breathing the fibers because it is extremely dusty. So guys, what I'm doing here to make my rustic bases here with the frayed edges is I'm just taking pieces of pipe cleaner left over from previous wreath videos, and I just secure it on the 2 inner wires, and then I start making a bubble. And so since this is just a shorter strip from the cutoff burlap, what I do is I make 3 bubbles, then I go to the second, like the inner ring, and then I make another bubble. And so then I have, to tie it off there in the, at the point where, so that it doesn't slip out from those wires. And so I got some questions on my last video, the gingerbread video, and so I just wanted to clarify that I use the wire to help hold a lot of my burlap, that's cut off like this. Since I'm cutting it off from the bolt, it does take a little bit of time to get it like this, but guys, the end result I am so happy with. So I just continue to, just take the pipe cleaner and I thread it through, just kind of like you're threading a needle kind of thing, back and forth, back and forth. And then I go underneath the wire and, just tie it off like that to secure it in place. Then I start making my bubbles and I just pull it through in between the wires so that it makes the bubble. And then I just kind of push it up as what I can. And what I usually average is 2 strips per each section. So like this wire is a 14-inch wire frame from the Dollar Tree. Those are my favorite, especially those gold or brown ones. I love those. Those are my absolute favorite. And so I'm just showing you here on the back. It really doesn't look that pretty, but I'm gonna cover it up anyway with one of those placemats that I like to get from the Dollar Tree, and from Hobby Lobby. I'm sorry, I get the placemats from Hobby Lobby. And so then here I've got 10 strips on here, and I just tie it off, and it looks really pretty. So I'm showing you here the back because I did have a request to show the back. It's not that pretty, but it's okay because I just make sure that everything is tied off, and the more that I work with it, it does kind of get a little bit more frayed. All right, so these are the homespun fabrics that I'm using in this country Christmas wreath. And so I get all of my homespun usually from Hobby Lobby. I have been fortunate to find some at Walmart as well, but there is an online shop called Jubilee Fabric that has beautiful homespun fabrics, and you can get so many different designs. If you're not familiar with homespun fabric, it is just a woven fabric that you can see on both sides. It's really used in a lot of primitive country decorating. And so I just, love it for my country crafts. So what I'm doing is I'm taking my pinking shears and just cutting little notches, and then I'm tying or actually ripping them to give the ragged edges. And so then I cut them in about 13-inch strips. And so then I'm just tying them on to the wreath underneath that wire, just using that wire. And so I put a ton of homespun ribbon on here, or fabric rather. And so then once I get to a certain point, once I get, I kind of alternate all of this ribbon or this fabric. And so then I'm going to be making some bows and using my safety pins that I rustied up using my friend Linda FaithChick777 here on YouTube. I used her rusting technique. If you are looking for the video, look in the description box because that's where you will find the link. Okay, guys, also what I did is I wanted my fabric to be a little bit more stiff, so I pulled out my Stiffen Quick spray and I just sprayed it, just spritzed it, just a little bit, just to give it a little form, because this is fabric and so it is a little limp, and so I just wanted to have a little bit of form to my fabric. And you can get Stiffen Quick on Amazon. I do have it listed in my Amazon store. You can get it at any craft store in the fabric section, Walmart, Hobby Lobby, Michael's, Joann's, any of that. But I absolutely love using Stiffen Quick. It's just a stiffening spray that I can use to make limp fabric a little bit more stiffer. All right, so then I continue to just make little knots, and then my rusty safety pins, I am just using those, and I just thread it through just right there on the top. Look, oh my goodness, I am just so in love with this wreath. And again, all of this homespun fabric came from Hobby Lobby. Okay, so I have these 30 jingle bells that I got from Hobby Lobby, my favorite store. And so I'm just taking more of those rusty safety pins and just taking those, jingle bells and actually putting them just straight there on the wreath. And then here is just a little real-time listen. For my tree, I am using one of the tree forms from the Dollar Tree, and I, cut off the jute string, and then I am using Hunter Green acrylic paint, gave it a coat of that. Now here I'm just covering the hole, or filling the hole rather, with spackle, but I didn't even need to do that because my Rusty Star covered it anyway. So I gave this a coat of the Hunter Green acrylic paint, and actually this paint was pretty thick, so all I needed was one coat. Then for the trunk of the tree, I just gave it a couple of coats of cinnamon brown. That's the color that I use. Now to give the stripes, I use antique white acrylic paint and my fan brush, and for whatever reason I did not get it on film, so I apologize about that, but you've seen me use my fan brush a lot in other painted videos. I do kind of, I just use just a little portion of my fan brush and just go down just to give it the stripe look. So then now I'm just adding some squiggles because y'all know I love my doodles and my squiggles, and so I'm just using a small liner brush and just going around and giving it some squiggles. Then I'm going to go back and add some shading. I just use a flat paintbrush and my favorite method of shading, which is dip half of my brush in paint, the other half in clean water. I blend on a paper towel, and then I go around the edges of the trunk of the tree. Then I go back and add shading around the tree, which I usually do first, but I thought I would just be happy with just the squiggles. But I'm like, nah. Once I shaded that trunk of the tree, I'm like, yeah, I want to shade around the tree itself. So I go back and do that. For my paint splatters, I just use some of that antique white acrylic paint. Now, the Americana antique white looks more taupe color or like a brown color to me. But I love that look. And so then I go and finish the squiggles around the trunk of my tree. Now to give it a finish, I like to use this varnish. You can get it at any craft store, or I do have it listed in my Amazon shop as well. So for the top of the tree, I have one of these rusty stars from Hobby Lobby in the miniature ornament section, and it is beveled, so I wanted it to be flat. So I just took my mallet and just smashed it down so that it would be flat. So to decorate my tree, I have some of these pitberry garland from the Dollar Tree, and so then I just start and just wrap it around my tree, just to give it just holding it around, just gathering it around the tree, not holding it, but you know what I'm talking about. Just kind of wrapping it around the tree. That was the word that I was looking for. And then also later I go back and I add some, because it wasn't kind of holding in place the way that I wanted it to. So I took just little strips of burlap, fabric work as well, and just kind of glued different places in the back of the tree just to hold that pitberry garland into place. So then to add, security for my rusty star, I just use some E6000 as well as my hot glue, and then a clamp to, keep it in place while it dries. All right, so I have a little miniature grapevine wreath that I just clipped apart, and so what I want to wrap it around the tree to give it a more woodland, woodsy feel, because I'm country at heart and I love all of the grapevine and twine and twigs and all of that stuff. So of course every grapevine wreath is different, so just kind of had to work it around. I really wanted it to just kind of wrap around the tree, but I just carefully played with it, and eventually I got the look that I wanted. So here is where I'm showing that I just took little pieces of burlap, because that's what I had accessible to me, and I just glued small pieces of that on the back just to kind of hold those the grapevine and the pitberries in place. Okay guys, so I wanted to add a bit more rustic to this and kind of look like twine. So what these are left over from the branches, or whatever you call them, that my pitberry garlands come on. Now I use pitberries in a lot of my wreaths, and so they come on these garlands, and what I do is I untwist the pitberries and I take them off of these branches, or these garlands right here, and then I'm like, those are too good to throw away, so I use these in my country style wreaths. And so it kind of gives the look of grapevine without all the twigs and all of that stuff, and so I get the best luck of getting my pitberry garlands at Hobby Lobby, especially either in the seasonal, they usually have pitberry garlands during the seasons, as well as in the garland section they have them, one that I like to use, the white ones with the white berries, that I like to use for everyday wreaths. So I'm using some canvas ribbon as well as some burlap, but they're each 1.5 inches wide. Okay, so the canvas ribbon is not wired, so that's why I decided to kind of layer it with the burlap just to give it some form. So I'm going to hand letter O Christmas tree, and I'm using my number 2 flat paintbrush to do this. It is my favorite paintbrush to use for hand lettering. Now you could also use stickers. You can use your Cricut or a die cutting cutting machine. You can use a black Sharpie marker or print something out on your computer to give you a banner or something to attach to your tree or anything that you're doing. So the Lord has given me the gift of hand lettering. So I've perfected my hand lettering by lots of practice, guys. Lots and lots of practice. I do get questions about hand lettering all of the time. And for those that are interested, I would suggest finding a font that you like, downloading it onto your computer, and then, printing out different letters, printing out different sayings, and practice, because, practice makes perfect. And so I do have some free fonts that I have, put a list together that you can see over on my blog. There is a link for that in my link tree if that is something that you're interested in. Okay, so then I will just go ahead and continue to hand letter Oh Christmas Tree. I actually also did my happy dots because I love my happy dots. And as I always say, the beauty is in the details. And then once I finish doing all of that, then I go back and add a red shadow to my letters just to make them pop. Once all of my paint is dry, then I go back and add just a comma or just a highlight to my happy dots. I really feel that it just really brings out the wording and makes the word and my letters pop. For my banner, what I'm doing is just layering that canvas ribbon on top of the burlap, and it's just because that burlap ribbon is wired and my canvas ribbon is not. So I want something that has a little form, and then I just use my hot glue just to give it, just tack it in different places in the banner so that it gives the raised look like what a flowing banner looks like across the tree. And so then I dovetail the ends by just pinching it together and giving it a V cut, kind of like what the banner usually looks like. And then to attach the banner to my wreath, what I'm using are a couple of those safety pins. And so I just kind of position it on the wreath across the wooden tree where I feel that it looks nice. And I am very, very happy with the end result. All right, so then what I do to attach my tree to my wreath, what I use are these 1-inch cable ties and pipe cleaners, and then I attach it to the frame so that everything is nice and secure. And then I use these or one of these upholstery needles to thread the pipe cleaners through my deco mesh or my burlap, whatever wreath I'm doing. And I got this tip from a fellow wreath maker, and I wanted to pass that along. If that is something that you struggle with getting pipe cleaners or something through your thick burlap or deco mesh, those upholstery needles work great. And I found this set at Walmart. All right, so then now I'm just putting all of the finishing touches on, and I did have to kind of position or kind of play with the banner, to get the right placement, but the end result I absolutely love, and I hope that you do too. To finish it off, I just made just a simple bow with a couple of strands of raffia and glued that there in the center of my rusty star. So I have this greenery as well as more red pip berries from Hobby Lobby, and I just cut those off. I did use my steel picks machine to put the small picks on the end so that I could glue them in between the layers of the burlap to give it a more secure hold. What I started with is one of these beware signs from the Dollar Tree, but they seem to have different signs oblong like this throughout the year for different holidays. And what I did is I just took some brown craft paper that I had on a roll, and I cut it off and then cut it down to size so that I could cover up the back. It's not perfect, but it's good enough for me, and it just makes me feel better just having this covered. And so then what I'm going to do is give this 2 coats of just white acrylic paint. It's just what I had on hand and just pulled. And so I'm just using my very large brush. I think I got this big brush from Walmart, and just giving it 2 coats of the white acrylic paint. Then I'm going to give it a background, and I'm going to use this paint color called Drizzle Gray. I'm also going to use my fan brush, and I like to do backgrounds with my fan brush. I just dip just a part of it, not the whole thing. I just dip several bristles in it and just kind of go back and forth, making some lines. Now, I have been doing this for a few years, so I kind of eyeball it, but I know if you're just starting out, you can mask it off with painter's tape or draw a line or something like that. But I'm just kind of quickly showing you. I have so many sweet friends that are encouraged by just, watching paint and find it entertaining. And so as you can see, it's not perfect. I don't want it to be. I just want it to be very, kind of aloof and whimsical. So then now I'm going to add some brown shading. I feel that the shading kind of brings things out, and it's just something that I like to do to bring out my painting. And so what I do is I have a 1/2 inch flat paintbrush. I have some clean water, and the color of paint I like to shade with is acrylic paint, milk chocolate. And so I just go along the outer like around the edges as well as in between. I'll go in kind of like the underside of the stripes just to give it some shading. Also, if you haven't seen me shade my projects before, what I do is I dip half of my brush in the paint and then the other half in clean water. I blend on a paper towel. I like to use the shop towels from the automotive section, like at Walmart. You can get them at Sam's and other other stores like that, but they're a little bit thicker than your usual paper towel. But I'm just kind of sharing different tips that work for me and products that I use. Now I'm going to move on to start my tree, and I'm going to use this paint color Holly Green and that same fan brush that I've washed out and have it ready. And then what I do is I just take part of the brush, dip it in the paint, and just kind of fan it out and wispy it as I go along down the side of the of this board right here. I'm kind of just like feathering. That's what I kind of, consider it. And so since this tree is oblong, I kind of was thinner at the top, and then I kind of, come out a little more. I'm making my strokes a little bit more wider as I get down to like the bottom of the tree. And so then, it just, honestly, it really depends on what kind of mood I'm in when I'm painting. Sometimes I paint back and forth, like the left side, the right side, the left side, the right side. But for this particular project that day, I guess because I wanted to make sure that I got the right side of my tree correct. And so this just goes to show you the difference in the paints. Even though I shook it up and I'm putting the wispiness on the left-hand side, it was kind of a little more translucent or a little more opaque. So I don't know if it was something in the paint underneath it, or maybe what the board's made of. I don't know. I was just a little puzzled that day, which it's not a problem at all. It just goes to show you that not all paints are correct, not all paints are consistent, I guess. And so that I just kind of went with it and just kept going over it until I got the coverage that I was looking for. And so I just make sure that I have that feathered look on the edges of the tree, because this is like a cedar tree or a fir tree or something like that. I don't really know my Christmas trees too good. Shame on me. But I just kind of go over it until I get the coverage that I'm looking for. And I'm okay that it's not totally covered, because that's not what I'm looking for. Okay, so then once this is dry, I let my green dry completely. Then I'm just taking some white and just doing the same thing. I'm going around with my paintbrush, my fan paintbrush, and just kind of making some swooshes or some fans, feathers out that way. This just kind of brings out some highlights. It kind of gives some character to the tree, and also like some, you know, definition for the person to know that this is a Christmas tree. And then I'll just use a that same 1/2 inch brush and some milk chocolate paint, and just paint on the bottom of the trunk. So then to give more highlights, I'm using this acrylic paint color Kiwi, and it's more of a green color. And then I have a number 2 liner paintbrush, and then I just go, and not as much as I did with the white and with the fan brush, because I'm using a liner brush, which is very thin, and I just go along and just give it some green streaks, just to, you know, bring out some more character and fun parts of the tree. Once my tree is completely dry, I will do the same thing with the shading around the outside of the tree, just with that 1/2 inch flat paintbrush and my paint, dipping half of it in paint, the other half in clean water, and then I blend on a paper towel. Then I just go around the outside of the tree as well as the trunk, just to give it some depth and dimension. Once my sign is completely dry, then I'll go back and use my fine Sharpie marker and just go around the edges and in between the trees, just to give it some doodling. I just love to do this for my painted projects, because I really feel that it makes the painted projects pop. Now, you know, sometimes less is more, so I just kind of gauge as far, I don't want to like overdo it, and depending on how big my sign is will depend on if I use my fine Sharpie marker or if I use my ultra fine Sharpie marker. But most of the time I use my fine Sharpie marker, because I like that thickness of, you know, what the marker is. And so then next I am going to do my favorite. I'm so old school, I know, but I just love how paint splattering makes my projects look. I'm country through and through, down to the core, and so I love to paint splatter my projects. I do black first and then I do white. I will leave a video of how I paint splatter my projects if you would like to check that out. Now I'm going to do some hand lettering using this color of red. This is primary red. I'm using a 1/4 inch flat paintbrush, and what I'm doing here is just kind of air drawing it, just to make sure that I have enough room. I do highly recommend that. I kind of just take my paintbrush like I'm going to, you know, paint it, and then I just make sure that it doesn't get, you know, that it's not too crammed. And so I just take my time, and I'm going to spell out the words Mary, or the word Mary. And as I've mentioned before, this is some God-given talent. I have been hand lettering like this for many years, and I only say this to you to encourage you if it's something that you want to do to learn how to hand letter. There is a free font called Geldotica that does have like the happy dots that I like to do. You can download it for free. There is a link in the description box. You can download it on your computer, and you can type out different words on your computer, print it out. Then you can use graphite paper or transfer paper or something, and then transfer it onto your board, what you're trying to do. You can also use like the pencil lead technique on the back of paper to and then trace over the front so that it transfers the pencil drawing onto your whatever you're trying to write. And so I do appreciate and love so many country loving friends that do love this style of lettering. Once my board is completely dry, I give it a coat of this gloss varnish. This is my favorite varnish to use. I do have it linked in the description box below. And once that is completely dry, then I have these small styrofoam balls. Now I pulled out, this pack was these pink and red and white one pack is from Valentine's Day, but I only used some of the red and the white. And then I also showed you a pack that I got from the Dollar Tree that had gold in it. And so I was just kind of sharing just different things. Anyway, I just used my little serrated knife just to cut them in half, and then I hot glued them around the tree just to give it some decoration. Now for the top of the tree, what I did is I made a bow out of this ribbon. I think I got this ribbon at Joann's, and so I just made a simple bow, and then also I added some raffia and made it a cute tree topper for the tree. Now to attach my bow to the top of my tree, I'm using my paper piercer, and since these boards are you know, like cardboard, it was very easy to just put a small hole in this board. And then what I did is I just used some of my wire, and I just threaded through the raffia bow that I made, and then I twisted it around the red bow, and then I attached it to the top of the tree. I just twisted the wire in the back, and then to get the bow where it wouldn't cover up the letters, what I did is I just did some dots of hot glue, and then everything laid nicely and it didn't cover up my letters. Now this sign would be cute for any country decor, but what I did with it is I made a candy cane swag wreath. This is an extra large wreath. To make the form, what I'm using are 2 of these 21-inch candy cane forms from the Dollar Tree. I flipped one around like this, and then where they meet, that's where I zip tie about 3 or 4 zip ties so that it would be secure. And then probably it measures about 29 inches before I put any of the mesh on. So what I'm starting with are these 3 10-inch mesh. They all came from Hobby Lobby. And what I did is I cut them at 12 inches all, and what I'm going to do is use that burlap and the snowball mesh burlap. I'm going to use those 2 together, and then once I put 2 of those bundles on there, then I'm going to alternate the white. So right here what I'm doing is I'm cutting these at 12 inches, and I will cut my bundles at 12. And what I did is I used both rolls of this 10-inch mesh. I like the cruffle technique, or woodland ruffle, whatever one chooses to call it. But how I do it is I bend over one side, then I flip it 2 times, I clip it, I turn it around, bend over the other side 2 times, or fold it over 2 times, gather it in the middle, and then I clip it. And so I'm doing that with both of the snowball burlap mesh as well as the burlap mesh. And then I put these 2 together, and I cut 30 bundles of this snowball mesh with the burlap. So 30 bundles for this candy cane swag. And so the clips I'm using all came from the Dollar Tree. Those blue ones or the white came from the laundry section, and then the small pink ones came from the Crafter Square section. Okay, so what I do is I try to, multitask, so I have all of my burlap bundles together. So what I've decided to do is put 2 burlap bundles, and then I'm going to alternate a white, just one white, folding it over the same way, making my cruffles. And then I pulled out, I thought it needed a little more color, so I pulled out my green and red window pane mesh that I got from Craft Outlet, and that adds just the right amount for me for adding some red and green to this mesh. So what I do is I put 2 bundles of the burlap mesh on. I put one on the inner ring, like 2 rings, and then on the outer ring. And then when I alternate the white and the green, I actually put those on the middle ring. And so this is the red and the green window pane mesh that I was speaking about. And so that's what I did, is I cut those out, and then I'm going to do it the same way by bending over, the ends, clipping it, turning it around, bending over the other side, gathering it in the middle to make my cruffle. So I will just continue to go around this candy cane frame and just put, the 2 burlap bundles, and then I alternate the white and the red and the green. Now, honestly, there's a lot of mesh on this wreath. And so, each wreath maker has to decide how full they want their wreath. And so this is what I did. I had 30 burlap bundles with the 2 snowball mesh and the burlap mesh, and then I had 7 white and 7 green and red. And so, as I said, there's a lot of mesh on this candy cane swag wreath. Anyway, so just kind of give you an idea of how full you want your wreath will depend on how much mesh you need to cut. Okay, now the fun part. I'm going to get into the ribbons. These came from Hobby Lobby or either Dollar Tree. I cut these at 13 inches. I dovetail all of my ribbons. These came from the black and the white, probably Michael's, and then the red came, I think, from Sam's. And then the window pane, I got from Craft Outlet. The Christmas trees, also from Craft Outlet. These I got either from Sam's Club or Hobby Lobby. And so these are how I position my ribbons for my bundles. And so I use my tiny attacher, my little stapler. It puts a teeny tiny staple in it, and so I can streamline my process. This is just something that works for me. Again, every wreath maker is different. If you're interested in this little stapler, you can find it in my Amazon store. You can use a regular staple if the staples are not too big for you. That is one question that I do get all of the time. But I'm just kind of going through here, and I take the extra time, whichever sets of ribbon that I'm putting together, I bend them over. This is just something that helps me because I have them all laid out, so that way it kind of keeps me straight. Every wreath maker is different. I'm only here to encourage you and kind of share what process works for me. Every wreath maker has to find their own system. And so that's kind of how it all works out. And so then what I do is I just alternate these 4 ribbons around the wreath. Honestly, I did not put the ribbons in each pipe cleaner, only because it was going to hide behind my sign and it was kind of a waste of the ribbon, and it actually was full enough. So I just kind of really focused on the outer pipe cleaners of this candy cane swag wreath. Green wire. I think this wire came from Craft Outlet. And so what I did is I used the 2 holes that were already at the top of the sign, and then I used my crocodile to punch 2 holes in the bottom of the sign, and then I used the green wire. I just threaded it through, and what I did is I just curled the wire, and it looks like it's part of the wreath for me. And you know, different wreath makers attach their signs different ways, but if I have holes in it, I just use the wire to my advantage. I just curl it, and you know, it looks like it's part of the wreath. Then for extra decoration and pizzazz, I have this glittery roping. I think I got this at Hobby Lobby in the Christmas section. And so I just cut off pieces of it, and I just kind of like loop it and attach it, curl it around the frame of the candy cane wreath or the candy cane swag. And so I just put it in different places. You know, I choose to cut the rope only because I want to put it into certain places. And I only had this little bit, so I had to do what I needed to do in order to get the look that I wanted. So that's why I cut it. All right, to make a hanger for my wreath, this wreath actually measures 36 inches long, and so what I like to use is this grapevine wire, covered wire. I get this in the wreath making section, like where the styrofoam section is, and I make a hanger for that. And then to cover the back of my wreath so that everything is all nice, I use the woven placemats from Hobby Lobby. I get them during the fall season, and so since they're on sale now, maybe you can find them as well. But I like to use these because it has, you know, the holes in it. I just use you know, the additional pipe cleaners or the extra pipe cleaners that I cut off. And what I do is I just attach it to the back of my wreath, and then everything is nice and, you know, presentable. If the person has a, you know, glass door where you don't see the back of the wreath, everything is nice and, you know, put together. For this project, I'm using an 8x10 frame that I got from Walmart. Now, it kind of looks like it's a wood grain to it, and but it's plastic, and that's what I liked about that. So once I removed the backing, I'm going to actually be using the glass as well as the back for my project. I'm going to be popping up my project, giving it a bit of dimension. So I'm going to be using that glass to my advantage as well. So what I did is I just glued the glass to the back of the backing of the photo frame, just using some glue. I put that to the side, and then I'm going to do some dry brushing, just using my Waverly Antique Plaster Color and a stencil brush. I am just going to be dry brushing a little bit of that just to give it some character to the wood frame. For my design, I'm going to, bring this back over. Then I'm going to add some homespun fabric on here. Now, homespun is a fabric that you can see the same design on both sides. And so if you like this particular one, I'm not quite sure. I had it on hand. Not quite sure where I got it from, but Hobby Lobby is a great place to find homespun fabric, or JubileeFabric.com has tons of patterns and designs and that kind of thing. And so so I always advocate for them because they have a huge variety of homespun fabric. All right, maybe Walmart too, but I'm not quite sure if they have this particular check, but you know, you could definitely check your Walmarts, what they have. All right, so what I did is I just took my Elmer's glue stick and then just added the backing of, you know, just added it there to the frame. And then I'm going to add some coffee grunge and some cinnamon because I wanted a primitive country project, and so I just add some Mod Podge here just with a brush and just kind of put that on there like that. I didn't do too much all the way because I wasn't quite sure how I was going to continue finishing this project. Later I go back and add a little bit more of this coffee grunge and cinnamon to the bottom of it, but you'll see that closer to the end of the video. So what I did is I just took some instant coffee that I got at my local grocery store and then just added it to the Mod Podge, just spreading it out with my fingers. And yes, that gets really messy. I probably should have used gloves, but I didn't think about it at that time, but I'm like, dang it. You know, because the Mod Podge just makes it sticky, and so then, you know, everything that you touch gets a little sticky too. So and then I'm taking just some cinnamon that I got at, you know, the store and just kind of spreading that around as well. Then now I'm like, remember, use your gloves, silly. So then I put my glove on. I just got these at my local grocery store too, in the medical, like the pharmacy section. I just got some plastic gloves and then just spread that around. It just smells so divine. And guys, what I did when I created this project, I just had it during the season. I had it in my bathroom, and it just really made my bathroom smell just so spicy. And you know, I don't like to drink coffee, but I do like the smell of it. So I did add a bit of the coffee and cinnamon grunge to the frame also, just to tie it all in together. These small wooden nativity Holy Family silhouettes are from Hobby Lobby. And what I did is I used my antique wax to give a little bit of stain to the nativity. So then here what I'm showing you, I wanted to have a shadow for my nativity. So I'm using a piece of this cardstock that I got out of this book. I think I got this from Walmart, and using that for a silhouette. So what I did, I took the nativity wood piece and just tacked it down there on that black cardstock. And then I'm going to take my friction pins. These are just pins that I've got off of Amazon, and they have invisible ink. And so I've just been using these in my crafting, and it works really good. And so I just kind of roughly draw a shadow around that nativity, because it's just to give me kind of a guide when I'm going to, you know, rip off the paper and expose that white core. So I tear off a little bit of it so that I could have a smaller section to work with, and then I start ripping around it. And basically what I'm doing is just adding a shadow around my centerpiece, and as I'm tearing it, it exposes the white core. So I really like the way that the background of the white, once the core, you know, exposes that core, it kind of pulls out some of the color that's in the background of the homespun fabric. And then I also took a Posca PC1M pen. Those are also listed in my Amazon shop. They're paint markers, and I just hand lettered "A Savior is Born." And so then here what I'm doing, I'm taking some Silly Winks. It's kind of like fun foam, and I like it. It's a little bit thicker. I get it at Hobby Lobby in the like felt section, pom-poms, that kind of thing. They have different colors. And what I'm going to do is pop up that Nativity and the Savior is Born banner so that it gives a little dimension. So what I did is I took my background and put it into the frame, and then I'm going to start positioning the fun foam on the back of my, you know, the highlight of my picture, and just adding those pop dots to the back of that just to give it some dimension so that everything sticks up. for the A Savior is Born, the banner that goes on the top, I'm just going to kind of bend that to wrinkle it up a bit. I just like that for my projects, just to give a little bit of interest to the banners and give it a little bit more distressing. And so like I said, I just tore it around as well, just to expose a bit of that core. Then I'm going to use some of that Pop Dot Silly Winks. I love this stuff so much. It just is already the color that I need, and so it's perfect for adding some dimension to my projects. I also like to use some tumbling tower blocks that I get from the Dollar Tree. It just really depends on what project I'm doing, if I use the Fun Foam Silly Winks or if I use the wood tumbling tower blocks from the Dollar Tree. So for the bow, what I'm using right here is cheesecloth. Now I found the cheesecloth, this particular one I found, it was white. I found it in the canning section at Walmart. And so then I put it into some coffee. I had just made me like a little mixture of water and coffee, and then just soaked my cheesecloth for I don't know how long, and then I laid it out to dry, and then it has this grungy look to it. And so then I have just some different fabrics. This brown fabric I think I bought at Walmart like as a fat quarter, and so just ripped that strips of that. I also have some of this homespun fabric, kind of tying that in there as well, so that the whole bow ties in with the actual project as well. And so this muslin fabric is probably something I got at one of the craft stores, probably Hobby Lobby, but you can get muslin fabric anywhere. And so I just kind of just tie them off. What I'm doing is just making strips, and then I just tie them off in the middle. I'm going to make a small whimsical bow with that jute cording that I like to use. It's jewelry cording or hemp cording, whichever one chooses to call it. I think it really just adds a little bit of whimsy to kind of breaks up the bow as well. And then I'll just tack it there at the top of my frame, just to, you know, make everything look really nice and tie it all together. Okay, I decided to add more Mod Podge and grunge, coffee grunge down here at the bottom. It kind of looked a little off on this particular, decor. So I'm just adding a little bit more Mod Podge. Then I'll go back and add some of that instant coffee as well as the cinnamon, just kind of using some gloves so that my fingers don't get so messy, and just kind of pushing that coffee in there, and that it kind of like melts into the fabric. And so I just love primitive country crafts like this. Again, I was just sharing for ideas, so please, take it and change it to your decor, your preference, something that you like. And I just so appreciate so many friends joining me and recreating, putting their own spin on the ideas that, me and the Lord come up with, because without him, I would not be doing this. I get my Excelsior from Hobby Lobby. And so I just take a few sprigs of that and just add it there at the bottom. I didn't want it to be overbearing, but I wanted it to, be enough so that it kind of had the whimsiness of it. I also decided to add some behind the A Savior is Born sign. And so, sometimes less is more, but also I love my whimsical touches. I also decided to add just a little bit of touch of pizzazz by just adding some glitter. And so I'm just using my spray adhesive, just lightly spraying it, not to anything too heavy, and then using the diamond glitter from Hobby Lobby, and so I just kind of sprinkle that on. And then later I also go back and add a little bit of glitter to the sign and as well as to the stable, and the nativity as well. And so, sometimes when I'm creating, it just kind of comes to me as I don't really have a plan, I guess, just I kind of create as I go along. For this project, I'm going to make a little ornament shelf sitter. I'm starting with 2 of these tumbling tower blocks and 1 of these small tumbling tower blocks from the Dollar Tree. So I'm using a few wooden beads as well as just a wood plug for to make the faces or the heads. Using antique wax just to give it the stain that I like to do. And so I had my husband cut off 1 of those blocks so that, Mary would be just a little bit shorter. So I'm using my favorite way of just putting the antique wax on to stain my wood. I'm just using a baby wipe. Y'all have seen me do this on other projects. And then for this is going to be what I'm going to be including the stand. This is going to be where I write or have my tag, A Savior is Born. And I just gave that a coat of plaster color chalk paint. So then now I'm going to start assembling my small little Holy Family. And then this is going to be the what I'm going to be putting on Mary's head. It's just a piece of gingham fabric that I had on hand. And then this is the little burlap that I'm going to be using for little baby Jesus. Going to be tying some sisal twine around that. I got that sisal twine at Hobby Lobby. And so then I glue the wood balls on the head, and then I had the little plug that I have here for baby Jesus and just wrapped a small piece of burlap around that. Then for the gingham, I'll just add that to the top of Mary's head and then add a piece of brown fabric to Joseph's head, and then I'll glue everything together. For the tag, I have a piece of craft colored cardstock, and then I just tattered up the edges just by ripping it, and then hand lettered A Savior is Born. I added just some of my happy dots. Now I want to mention that this is not my original idea. I was very inspired by different ones that I saw on Pinterest, so I will link to the pin that inspired me to create this in the description box below. for my next project, I am making this Oh Holy Night sign. I just think it is has such a statement and it's just so cute. So what I'm using is a frame. I picked this up from a thrift store, but you can get these kind of frames anywhere. I'm also using these letter tiles or like Scrabble tiles. For my background, I'm going to use this ribbon that I've had on hand for quite a while. I had got it at Hobby Lobby on sale. I'm also using a rusty star that I got from Hobby Lobby as well. But they're in my Amazon store are rusty stars if you can't find any like that. Okay, so the first thing I did, I wanted to distress this a bit more, so I'm just doing that using my antique wax and a stencil brush. And then I'm going to trim out the ribbon just to fit on the back of with the frame, like the cardboard backing. So I just trimmed that out and I attached it with my Fabri-Tac glue just to keep everything down. And I chose this ribbon because it was dark. It's like a very, very dark navy and it has like almost a wool texture to it. I'm not quite sure if it's still available, but I just love it so much for this piece. And so I just put it back in the frame there, and then I'm going to measure out how to, how I want to lay everything out. And so I, try to figure out how I want to lay it out for the frame so that, it's all nice. So I put down my star first, and then I'm just going to lay out my word tiles, or spell out the words that I want. Like I said, I got these from Walmart, and a tip that I've learned that they're blank on the back, so if you don't have a letter, you can always write the letter you need on the back of a letter that you don't use. And so like for the trunk of the tree, I'm using a Z because a lot of the words that I spell out, I don't need a Z. Anyway, so that's just a tip for you. So I had just laid all of the letter tiles out first, and then now I'm just going back and hot gluing everything so that, everything is secure.